Special meeting of the Danville City Commission today, April 22nd. The hour is 9:11. We do have a quorum present, in as much as there are three of us here. We will be joined later on at her earliest opportunity, Commissioner Jenny Holland. So let's begin, and as your chair, I'm going to do my very best to keep us moving and on time. So, Earl, anything you want to make any announcements on before we get into this?
No, sir. We will, I guess, suggest just introducing them at the point in time when we finish with the previous one and just work through the list. It's a long list, and hopefully we don't have too many hangups.
Anything from Commissioner Atkins or Commissioner Cotter before we begin?
Not at this point for me.
Okay.
I'm good.
Good. Then we will, we welcome Bluegrass Community Action Partnership, who is requesting $3,000, which is the same request from last year. And if you would, for the public's benefit, if you'd introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Can you all hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Great. My name's Wendy Schaus, and I'm the Senior Director of Community Services for Bluegrass Community Action Partnership. So I bring you greetings from there. I also bring you greetings from the city of Lawrenceburg, as I serve as a council member there, my third term. So if it's all right with you, I will address the questions I feel are most important to the council today. And I'm going to start, first of all, with the number of citizens with the city of Danville that will benefit directly by the expenditure compared with the total number of people served by Bluegrass Community Action Partnership Community Developer Office. So in the past year, we've served well over 14,000 people. We've served approximately 2,100 clients in fiscal year 21 in Bull County and Danville. 975 clients were city residents. The program has experienced a 30% increase in services since COVID-19. And the age groups we've seen the significant increase are 0 to 5, 6 to 13, and 75 plus. We anticipate serving over 2,800 in fiscal year 2022, with 1,300 of them being city residents. Next, I'd like to talk about the impact on the quality of life of Danville citizens by Bluegrass Community Action Partnership Community Developer Office. The goal of Bluegrass Community Action Partnership Community Developer Office is to assist families and individuals to reach self-sufficiency. We offer an array of services such as utility assistance, education assistance, transportation assistance, employment assistance, rental assistance, but most importantly, we offer Achieve sessions that provide an opportunity for our clients to learn about budgeting, credit repair, establishing credit, and Banking 101. We understand that we have to address the crisis the family or individuals are experiencing, but we have to invest in coaching and case management to move them from a survive to thrive environment. Employment assistance is currently one of the biggest needs we are seeing. We are not only helping clients get jobs, but we're following up with them to provide assistance with retaining the job for 90 days, 180 days, and to get to a living wage within the region. Education assistance has been a well-utilized service this year. We've helped several clients obtain a recognized credential, certificate, or degree, and we have provided school supplies to help them to be successful with the completion of the program. We're going to be awarding 33 scholarships for a one-time award of $1,000, and 5 of the scholarship recipients are students at Danville High School or Bull County High School. The BG CAP Community Developer Program has transported several clients to homeless shelters and then assisted them to obtain safe and affordable housing. Utility assistance has definitely been the most utilized service we've done in the past year. The need for this service is like nothing I've ever seen in my 30 years in social services. Bluegrass Community Action Partnership is excited to partner with the City of Danville on the new DLG and Bluegrass Ad Utility Assistance Program we will all be rolling out soon. Next, I want to address, will the funding request duplicate or other programs? The design of Bluegrass Community Action Partnership Community Developer Office is unique. We are the only office in Danville and Bull County that can administer the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, which can assist families and individuals with electric, gas, kerosene, propane, or wood to keep the lights on, heat in their home, or their cooling system in the summer months. The BG CAP Community Developer Office shares space with the Danville Transportation System and can offer free transportation for all homeless families and individuals to a homeless shelter. We are the regional provider for the Goodwill Voucher Program that helps us to assist clients that need clothes for school, an outfit to wear to an interview, or possibly they've had a fire in their home and they need household items. One of the uses this past year for the Goodwill Voucher Program were for families that experienced a loss of clothing and household items due to a flood. Our office also serves as the base for referrals for the local food pantry. The funding we are requesting from the City of Danville is supplemental funding that will be used to provide internet services for individuals and families that need a hotspot in their home for children to use for virtual classes, for individuals that are taking higher education online classes, and for families that are behind on their internet bills. We will also be using this for medication assistance, school supplies, and employment transportation assistance. An example of the funding that the City of Danville provided last year was used to assist a client that was struggling to meet her basic household needs and had come to us several times for utility assistance and food cards. After our initial assessment, case management sessions, and follow-ups, we were able to provide employment assistance to help this client get a job that paid her the average living wage. The main issue for this client seeking employment was that she had to sell her car to pay her bills. We provided transportation to and from work every day for 2 months, while we worked with the client on a new budget that allowed her to save for a down payment toward a used car. I'm happy to say that the client has kept her job for 180 days. She now owns her own car, and she's meeting the basic household needs. BG CAP has applied for county government in 2022. And now I want to talk about the importance of the benefit for the community. Bluegrass Community Action Partnership is committed to having an office downtown Danville. We have made the necessary changes to meet clients in a virtual setting to keep everyone safe and healthy. The demand for the services that we offer will only increase in the next year. We're unique in that we can provide several services utilizing the database built for community action agencies that connects to the state of Kentucky benefit system. This allows us to check current household unemployment, SNAP benefits, and child support coming into the home. In the past year, we've been selected as one of 10 organizations across the country to develop a whole family approach design. This will only strengthen our commitment to families to work with them in building a core that will move them from that survive to thrive environment. In summary, the request for this year is $3,000. If we just look at the number of clients we've served in the last year in the City of Danville, that would equal an investment of $3.07 per client. All of us at Bluegrass Community Action Partnership want to thank you for your continued support of our programs, and we do look forward to working with you in the next year.
Questions?
Comment or two. I think, I'm glad you mentioned transportation. Some people don't realize what a barrier that is to success. And I think it's, what you all do is key to that, and glad to hear that.
It is huge, and you would be surprised at the number of people we have seen to sell their car to pay their bills this year.
When, Jay, you got a question?
I was just gonna ask you about, get her to verbalize the downtown location, because this is being recorded.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
You said you're gonna have a downtown location?
We have a downtown location at 225 West Walnut.
Good, okay, they need to hear that.
Yes, thank you.
The amount allocated to Danville, Boyle County is $156,000. Well, actually, you'd be a little over $160,000. How is that number derived?
That's through our CSBG grant, which is a Community Service Block Grant, and we get a total amount for our region, and then we divide it based on population.
Okay, got it. How many counties?
9 counties. Our northern tip is Scott, and our southern tip is Lincoln.
How many employees in Bluegrass Gap?
The whole agency, 300 plus.
Okay.
I assume the difference in the amount you're asking from us versus the county is just based on number of residents served, or?
It's really based on need.
Okay.
So when we make that request, what we look at is what does the need look in each category? So what has the need been for the city residents in comparison to what the need's been in the county?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but if
Okay.
I understood you, you serve 2,800 approximately total.
That's what we're projecting for this coming up year. We serve 2,100 total in the county.
And the 1,300, is that for the city, is that projection too?
That's correct. We serve 975 in '21.
So, it appears to me that our brethren at the courthouse ought to be paying more, as much, if not more, than the city.
Well, I'll say we have that situation in several counties, in my own also.
Okay. I say that for the public's benefit as well.
I understand.
Anything else questions?
I just wanna tell her thanks for being so thorough.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
it's great
report. Yes.
presentation.
Thank you. I think if somebody's asking for $3,000, you want to know what they're going to spend it on, and I wanted
very
to
true.
display that today.
And I'll say this, because I say it every year, I've been here a long time. All the, everybody that comes in today is worthy of everything they ask for, but you know about the realities of a budget, so that's just kind of where we are, and I know that you'll understand that better than most.
I do.
Appreciate that.
I do.
Welcome to the brotherhood of the elected officials, or sisterhood of the elected officials. Appreciate what you do in Lawrenceburg, and
Thank you.
you're in your third term.
I'm in my 3rd term.
Terms of 2 years, 4 years?
Correct, 2.
2 years, okay. Well, you're not as bad as this guy. He's in his 18th year, so that.
Here's what I say to you.
All right, anything else?
Thank you for your time. I really do appreciate it.
Thank
You all
you
have
for
a
your-
great day.
You as well.
too, thank you.
Thanks.
Nice meeting you all.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure, ma'am. Earl, you want us just to plug in our numbers here?
I'm sorry?
You want us just to write in our numbers here?
Just a second. Come on in. Pleasure. You don't have to today. You may pencil it in for your own benefit, but we're not asking you to do that today.
Really? I mean,
Well, we
Not
really
not
should,
necessarily.
know
You
what I'm
can't,
saying?
well, the thing I always struggle with is the fact, I don't know how much we're gonna have to, I mean,
What's
what
that?
number we're shooting
Yeah,
for, could shoot for. if we
Right,
really-
so today is the presentation where you hear them and gauge what your desire, how you desire to distribute money that's available to each entity, right? So we're not asking you to fill in the table today, other than for your own benefit. And we will get a number, and after we get the draft budget assembled, and we'll work from that number and see what that looks like.
Hey, Bruce.
Hello,
Nichols, good morning.
How is everybody?
All right, how are you?
I'm good. I got to speak to Earl earlier out in the hallway. little propaganda here.
Propaganda.
Send this with my,
Isn't that illegal?
oh, I don't know, y'all are doing a good job. This is just some items I have, a listing of our members of the board. Some of y'all, no problem, don't know that. Anyway, I forgot to include them, which you can.
That's quite all right.
I had some old brochures at the office I really wanted to get rid of. I probably got one, I forgot.
Get another one.
I needed to tell you something the other day, and I acknowledged the donor already, sending a letter, but still my file open, but I've got some memorial contributions to us in your file.
Oh, great. Very good. Thank you.
All this stuff, send you and your brother a letter or something. Anyway. Okay, well, thank you, and thank you for allowing me to come again, and I'll be brief. All this stuff is really not for you all, but I think you're familiar with us as Helping Hands, and I'm Bruce Nichols. I've been a member of Helping Hands since the founding days back in 2011, when Arnold Marshall came up with this brilliant idea, and we decided we'd do this. And I think over the last several years, we've serviced about 3,500 people, families in the Boyle-Mercer County area. This year, we're asking for an increase from the $500 that you all gave us last year up to $3,000. And our reason is that even though, we had a lesser amount last year, when you go and look at our summary report, and it's back here if I can find it, and servicing the need, we spent in Danville last year, Danville alone, not talking about Boyle County, $4,999. So we'll call it $5,000. We operated on the 500 you all sent us and subsidized it with additional funds to service the need. Collectively, total 293 folks for the year. Total spent in the county was $7,900. And each need is different. And one thing we've learned through this pandemic, and I'm sure everybody else has too, things have changed in a rapid manner. I'm not seeing as many requests for overnight housing, and when I do, I'm giving them to Mike Wilder. Mike makes the decision as EMS, and if they're worthy, we house them, and we're paying the bill. In other cases, I'm sending some transients to the Turnersville Mission. If you're familiar with those, over in Turnersville, they've got a church over there located close to the old drive-in movie in Lincoln County. And during the recent ice storm, snowstorm we had 6 weeks ago, they housed 25 people overnight on several occasions. Sending some others up to Jessamine County, and they're receptive of the folks that come, even though they're from Boyle County. So we're not doing as much housing, but what we are doing is continuous with the water department, KU. I'm still seeing requests for payment of those services where they're not able to meet the need. But we're trying to broker those through Bluegrass Community Action, KU, and in some cases, Western Kentucky Gas, Atmos Gas, for payment before we use our money. They've got funds available to do that. So we're trying to work with all the partners in the community where we can minimize what we need to do. So when I did a budget for this year, what I'm trying to say, I guess, here at the end, for this coming fiscal year, we're looking at probably $3,000 that we'll spend on utility and water bills here in the city for just city residents. Other expenses, I will discuss them. Boyle County, we're asking for the same funds, $3,000, and it will be primarily for,
Oh, man.
that's okay, $5 is what I fine our members and their phone rings at board meetings.
That's a
You can
bargain.
leave that off if you would.
Forget to call for it.
Mine is on silent, I promise. And Phil Sammons is the worst offender, I will say.
And you're not getting
Don't put that in
$5.
minutes.
You're not
No.
getting $5 out of him
No,
either.
but he does us a good job, he does. But anyway, for Boyle County, I projected for just simply improvements and handicap ramps. We built a couple of those in the last year, and we work with the volunteer and mission team of Centenary United Methodist Church. They're a group of retired Whirlpool employees that they can build anything. And they've done us a good job, but we provide the funds. And that's kind of how I've ended up with that lift I told you about earlier, Earl, if y'all have use for that. They've installed it for us 3 times. And other lodging and miscellaneous expenses. So if we were to receive $3,000 from the city and $3,000 from the county, that's 6. Miscellaneous donations, and this is surprising, I shared with Kevin a while ago, and with the death of Arnold Marshall, you might look at that brochure, he's still at the top of my list, and I was very surprised that I've received a little over $2,000 in memorial contributions, and I'm not using that for utility payments or anything like that. I funded some educational expenses for college students that were worthy. So we're doing other things, but it's getting other funds to do it. And last but not least, we applied to the Emergency Food and Shelter Program, and I want to thank you all for your grant to help the New Hope Food Pantry. Because when you go down there and look and see what they do, and the people that come in, rather than compete with them, I was successful last year in obtaining about $8,000 to help fund them.
Where are they located?
Down there just across from Salvation Army.
Okay.
In that little garage across the street. So anyway, it's legal. My contact is Jack Coleman. Y'all know Jack Coleman from Harrodsburg. So he's helped me to engineer that, and we partnered with the food pantry to keep that going. So this year, I expect to get at least $4,000 more from them. Matter of fact, I've already got $3,500. This is April, I think there'll be several more. So collectively, we've got a budget of $12,000 for this year. And you can see where I plan to use it and how we intend to spend it. But it'll benefit, I hope, everybody that applies from Danville and Boyle County. And we try to find a way to honor each request. We're not always able to do it, but I'd say about 60% of the time when we have a budget request, we do it. So that's all I got, and thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Question? Bruce, if I said if you had to join forces with another organization with somewhat of a similar mission, what organization would that be?
I've never really thought about it, but we would be open to consider any organization that we could partner with. And I think it shows that the Bluegrass Community Action people that we're in contact with when we get specific requests and we know they have funding, they do a good job. And sometimes I get the people back and we take care of it ourselves when they're not able to do it. But working with Salvation Army, that's a great folks down there, and they do quite a lot. We're no competition to them, but we work with them, and we get sometimes requests from them that they can't take care of themselves, and we know that it's worthy when we get it, so we go ahead and fund it and take care of it. The door's open, nothing in particular, but if you hear one that we need to partner with, let me know. I'll be glad to talk to them.
I wouldn't hear one, but I do think that somehow over the coming years, we gotta figure out some way to economize, if that's possible,
I know.
and centralize.
Well, I understand, and, I think for the 10 years we've been around, Arnold used to say, we don't have any expenses. We are rent-free where our office is down there on Broadway and 3rd in the old Presbyterian Church. Reverend Pretty and the New Hope, or the New Mission Church, the last 7 years have carried us rent-free. I don't have utility bills. The only expense I have as an outlay each year is a liability policy. So, we're doing some things right, and even Nancy Davis, that owns that building now, she sent me some requests that, we'll take care of, but she's not charging me any rent either. So I think that's a good plus. So,
It is.
Well, in thinking about that, I know our church calls on you, or has called on you, and the comment I always hear is there's no red tape. If somebody needs a cash outlay or needs something,
True.
there's no, you just do it. And
Well, we keep accurate records, and we file, taxes yearly. We're a nonprofit 501c3. I had the CPA accountant takes care of it for me up in Lexington. His name's Justin Nichols. He's my son. And he
Heard
doesn't
of
charge
him.
me
I've heard
either.
of him.
Yeah, I've heard of him too. But, you know, we think we're doing the right thing for the right reasons to help our people in this community. And we try to catch the ones that nobody else can do. And that's why we're a little more lenient on doing those things. There's not a list of exclusions. If they qualify and we've got the money, we'll do it. And just try to budget accordingly. So,
You serve county residents too,
yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
and I may have missed it. Is there a ratio, city to county?
City to county, it's about half and half, maybe a little more city because of the density of the population. I don't hear as much in the county. I mean, I'm out at the Parksville Water District and wherever they get their gas bill from, you know, I'll be mailing them checks now and then.
Yeah.
But no, I don't have as great of a need, and I don't think it's any reason other than the city itself having the denser population.
Do you know how much you received from county government last year?
Yeah, I got $1,000. The numbers are on your report there. Hold on, I can find the right page, I think. I wrote a letter. I
Yeah,
think I wrote
you're
a
right,
letter.
it is. I'm
They
sorry.
got the same letter you all did.
My last comment, some of these people on your board, I don't know. Most of them I do.
Okay,
And my concern for a lot of organizations in our community
Mhm.
is that there's a definite void of younger folk. Yeah, I mean, you and I got into it because of Junior Chamber of Commerce at
True.
JC's.
Yep.
And that was a feeder organization. They don't have it anymore.
No,
So
you're right.
you look at it, every organization I look at pretty much, you know, they're 60 and over.
well, you and I were in JC's too, back
That's what
in
I
the
mean.
early 80s,
That was
and
our-
that's been
that
a
was our
long
feeder.
time. I
Yeah.
don't want to say how long that is.
I take offense to that because I think Pat Bennett is my age,
Yeah, Pat is about your age.
so
Of
he's
course,
not old. Thank you, Mayor.
Nah,
Yeah, he is too. You got gray hair.
Pat's getting his cataracts off next few days, and he's got carpal tunnel problems. He's working on that. Philip Nichols, I think all of y'all know Philip. He does us a good job. He's our treasurer. Joan Huffman is a Harrodsburg resident. She used to run the Fort Herod Park up there for years and worked with Arnold Marshall and state government. Jeff Baer, I think y'all know Jeff. He's a retired fireman. He was
Yep.
in Harrodsburg. Reverend William Jenkins, I think everybody knows Reverend Jenkins, great fella. He's having some health problems, but I'll call him from time to time, get some advice. Phil Sammons, you know him, no further comment. Baker Williams, Baker's a banker down here at PBK Bank, been around a long time. And Heather Kokenauer. Now Heather has recently changed jobs. She's what is she? I can't think. She was working with the hospital. She may be back there, but I get a lot of patient contact referrals from her when there's a need. So, social worker. She's a social worker. But I think you're right. It is hard to attract young people.
Yeah.
I've got an opening spot or two on the board now. I'm set up to have 12. I got 10. And you know, by death and attrition and some things like that is why I've got the shortfalls. But I don't know. I've tried. That's all I know. But thank you for your time.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate
Thanks, Bruce.
it. and
Good seeing you.
Y'all keep doing the job. All right, thank you now. Have a good day. Thank you.
Let me ask the commission this. In the interest of time, I don't want to shortchange this, but at the same time, I think we all know what most of these organizations do. And I feel like, you know, they come in here to chirp for their own seed, if you will. Would it be more beneficial, not only to us, but to them, to say, tell us what you are seeing and doing different this year than last year? I mean, so much of this is repetitive. I almost feel embarrassed for them having to come and beg.
Well, it can be perceived that way, but it depends on what y'all want to hear too. I mean, so that's up to you. What you feel like you need, ask what you feel like you need. Don't, you know.
And I think one reason
We're
we
not
did it
trying to
was-
predict it. I've not told them what to tell you at all.
Right.
Right, like, so I want them to sell themselves. at the same time, if you all feel like you need information, say, tell me, you know, I think that's totally healthy.
I think one reason we did this was for Jenny's benefit, actually.
Yeah,
She
this
hadn't-
time.
She hadn't, doesn't know what some of these folks do, hadn't met them.
good
So I
point.
think when she gets here, it'll be, Might be important.
Would you be okay just, with CASA, since we're all very, very familiar with it, would you be okay saying, tell us what you're seeing different?
what do you see for next year? Yeah.
And we've already heard a little bit of that from our last meeting.
Right.
Anybody, are they out there? I think they're out here. Are you okay with that, Jay? Yeah. And then when Jenny gets here, yeah, that's a good, I forgot, that's good.
Uh-oh, all three of us owe $5. How are you?
I'm nervous. How are you?
Oh, don't be nervous.
Nervous?
It's just us.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you all know that, you know, Laura Weddle had stepped down, and so I just stepped into the interim. This is my first time ever doing this, and nobody really told me what I was supposed to be doing. And then I noticed people handing you all things, and they're out there
No,
talking about their
no.
presentation. I'm like, I'm gonna take 2 minutes, and that's it. So,
We have quite a bit of information from, your application, so.
okay, so are you
You're
all
fine.
ready? Are we waiting for him to come back, or you let me
Go
know?
ahead. We were just talking before you came in, since the three of us are really familiar with CASA. And there was some information shared with the commission at the last commission meeting,
Yes, sir.
I do believe. We think maybe to make your life easier as well as ours, tell us what you have experienced in 2020 and what you anticipate in 2021.
Okay, I think in 2020, obviously, you know, with COVID, everybody else kind of still shut down. The amazing thing is our CASA volunteers were still able to go and do home visits. Like if they signed a release stating that they were comfortable going into the home, and then the foster placement was comfortable with them coming in there, so they would still have eyes on the children that we serve. Now, I think some of the things that probably, you know, has impacted us as far as our travel is going to be less on what we need there, but obviously because we're not driving as much. So that, you know, that's going to be kind of a higher impact that we're going to need going in 2021, I'm hoping, because I hope we get to, in 2022, I hope we get to drive a little bit more. The main thing that really hit us also is the fact that we didn't get to have our gala in 2019, 2020, you know.
Big hit.
Big hit. Taste of the Trace in Frankfurt, we didn't get to have that, so that's a huge hit, because we had that in 2019, that was pretty successful, and so we were looking forward to carrying that on in 2020, and we did not get to. So those were two really big, you know, fundraisers that we missed out on. Now, obviously, you know, I'm not going to come before you all and ask for money that I'm not also willing to put up, so I can tell you that in 2020, you know, even my family stepped up. My daughter Miranda did a fundraiser for us and, you know, raised $1,000. I just really feel like that CASA is an important, and I think all of you all know what we do at CASA. You know the importance of it. I know that you all have a budget. I know there's amazing people that were before me with Helping Hands. There's amazing people coming in after me with Central Latino. So I'm not really sure what else I can tell you all. I can, you know.
What, do
Beg
you
for money?
see the, sort of count 2020 as a, one-off between, I guess, then 2019 and the upcoming year? How much of an increase do you see
In numbers,
in numbers? Yes, ma'am.
I see them increasing a lot, because I think that, for one, there's been so many parents that have been thrown into the role of that they've had to become a teacher. And so I think that we're going to see cases of people that would not normally be a perpetrator or, you know,
Okay.
become one. That's in my own humble opinion. I think that's what we're seeing. I think that our numbers are going to increase, you know, over what they were in 2020, because of the fact that nobody was really around a lot of the children because they weren't in school. So now that they're going to be moving back into the schools, the teachers are going to start filing those reports. You know, the doctors are going to start filing those reports because things aren't as virtual going forward. But I really feel like that we have seen also an increase in numbers of parents that were just kind of
thrown into that position, and they're not teachers, and so they may have lost their temper, and so we're seeing a lot more of those kind of cases come about too. And sorry, go ahead.
No, please, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think I always use this as, a reference, our pastor at our church used it a few weeks ago about the amount of child abuse cases in the state of Kentucky. I'm not sure if they told you all that at the city hall meeting about.
They said we're like number 1 or 2 in the
Oh,
country.
yes, we're number 1, but the number that it would fill is, I think, Rupp Arena hosts 23,000. In the state of Kentucky, there was 26,000 cases reported last year. So I'm sure everyone here has been to a ball game or a concert or something at Rupp Arena, and you realize, looking at that, you can stand around and see that amount. In Boyle County last year, there was 176 new cases that were brought before the family court system. And our volunteers do amazing things for them. That's, the main thing that I would focus on is, yes, those numbers are coming in, but the work that the volunteers do, the recommendations that they make, just, the fact that they go in, they play Candyland with these kids, that we all would take that for granted because that's just a staple at the majority of our houses. And, it's not all these kids get that opportunity to play Candyland and to learn how to do this. I had, one of my, gentleman volunteers, he taught his Casa kiddo how to play chess, while bonding over things. That's life skills and that's coping skills that but then in the meantime of that conversation one-on-one, then they're, getting to know what their recommendations need to be, whether that's therapeutic, educational.
So you have how many paid staff people?
We have, in Boyle County, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 at the current time, and then we have 1 in Anderson County and 2 in Franklin. But obviously, they're trying to fill the position of Laura, so then that would, be that position also.
And so when I look through here, with a total budget of 365, 240 is in salary and wages.
Oh, that sounds way over. 360,000?
Is total revenue. And of that total revenue, 240,000 is salaries and wages.
Let me do the math in my head really quickly, and I can tell you that 38 times 2, 76, 35, 100, 160. It's probably right around 200,000, yes, for all the staff, for Franklin and Anderson, and for us, yes. So now local, though, that number's going to be different because that's going to be around 70, 90. And whatever they bring in the executive director at. I know what they were making before, but that would be around 140, 150. That's me doing those numbers in my head, just knowing what everyone makes. So those are going to be a little off.
So you're saying 350 for the whole area that you cover?
Right. And so with that, I mean, we are still one of the lower, paid. Our staff is one of the lowest paid. And then they also, I can tell you all, we run a really tight ship on. We don't have expensive things in our house. We don't have, we just do not. I'm a thrift shopper, so if you come in my office and you think it's cute, then you're going to think Salvation Army and Goodwill. That's where everything comes from. I'm also not too proud to ask anybody for a handout, obviously. So I ask a lot of the community members about, donations and things in that area.
Your benefit that you didn't get to have this year.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that approximately nets out for you?
I think it's around 8,000 to 10,000.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you planning on?
Bringing it back next year?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, right now, we're currently doing like a little jockey silk door hanger fundraiser sale that, I've tried to pull on just to keep the thought of the Derby Eve kind of in people's mind.
Right, good idea.
Yeah, so,
So you expect that to be in 2022?
yes, sir. I'm hoping that it hasn't, that, like I said, we keep it alive and that it's not a forgotten thing.
That's all I got.
Thank you very much. You did great.
Okay,
I don't know
thank
what
you.
your notes about.
You all didn't make it as difficult as I thought it was going to be, so
No,
thank
we-
you so
We
much.
we can, if you want to stick around.
Oh, no, I'm good.
All right.
My daughter's Spanish teacher is actually was up next, and she's like, "We'll take your extra
Thanks.
Hey, how are
Good
you?
morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, Nate? Okay. Nate'll be your guy.
Nate? Matt?
Oh, Matt, excuse me. I got Nate. I got the last syllable right, T.
You know who you are.
Yeah, sorry. What's your name?
I know, I do that all the time. I am the worst,
Marion, is that your name?
whatever you call me.
You're 19 as well, so I'm not a kid anymore. Don't think about that.
I said, where are all of my kids?
19.
Yeah, so while we're waiting for that to come up, I'll go ahead and introduce myself. Seems like everybody knows that. But I'm Brady Swift. I am a graduate of Center College, and I've been with Centro since 2018. So I've been with us for 3 years now, serving on the board, but I've done a lot of different roles with Centro, and I love it. I still come back for just about anything that Centro is involved in, because I am working in Louisville, also in Americana Community Center, which is also a nonprofit. So I'm really excited to be here. Go, Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris Planch, formerly Maria Christina. I go by Chris. I work for Mercer County Schools. I work for ESL students. And I've been volunteering at Centro Latino for about since 2010.
Heart and soul of Central
Yeah, I was
Latino
gonna
right now.
say, volunteering doesn't really do justice to what Chris actually does. And I'm Heather Wheeler, I know JH. I teach at Bull County High School and have been with Central Latino since I asked Chris, hey, do you need anything? And she said, yes. So I think it's been,
That'll teach you.
yeah, exactly.
Careful what you ask
Exactly.
for.
Gosh, what, 4 or 5 probably years, maybe more than that? About something like that, so.
My whole time. Okay, we're going to get started because I know we only have a few minutes here. Oh, thank you. Okay, so we're Central Latino. We're right here, 225 West Walnut Street, just a block away from where we're sitting right now, right in the heart of Danville. And we've been in the heart of Danville for now over 15 years, I believe. So this is our community. This is the community that we love, and we have all kinds of people involved that care a lot about Danville and our Latino Hispanic community here in Danville and Boyle County. So what I am going to talk about is education, but we do 3 things. We divide our programming into 3 things: health, education, and social justice. Christina's going to talk a little bit about health, and Heather's going to talk about social justice. I want to start with education because I do think that that's where we have the most potential for growth. I think that what we are able to do on about a $5,000 annual budget for education is truly amazing. We are basically a pre-K through senior citizen school over at Central Latino. We are educating people from the time that their family has their first kid all the way through to senior citizens who are now retired and want to learn English to be able to be part of our community here in Danville. Part of what we do is we have really good relationships with the Head Start programs, with the ESL programs at Boyle County and Danville schools. We even have 2 board members that are the ESL directors at Danville and Boyle. So we have really good information, and we're able to really know what students need the most help, and they come to Central Latino, and they're getting individualized, tailored curriculum every day during the summer from August to May, pre-K all the way through 12th grade. And we do a lot of things in between. We're mentoring. We have college professors and college students that come down to Centro, talk about college, talk about ways to be involved in high school, ways to be involved in the community. So this is something we've really taken a lot of pride in. We want our students that come to Centro not only just to be at grade level, which can be an issue a lot of times for students coming from English as a second language families. We want them to be part of our community here in Danville, be a part of what we're trying to grow here. A couple other things that we've just done is, and I'll give you just a couple examples. So starting early on, we've done some family education. We've done some, this is just during COVID, during the summer, we were able to take, because of our capacity, in the past, we've done 30, 40, 50 students in our summer program. We took some of the students that needed the most help, especially young children who were not getting the kind of education that they normally would outside of COVID. And one of our students from Center College ran a summer program, did pre and post assessments. We got to see their growth throughout the summer, and we're going to continue doing that. And so hopefully in the future, we'll be able to tell how much our students are actually improving from our own programming. And then I'm really proud of this. This is something that I think we did, that we were able to adapt to the situation a lot better than adult education programs throughout the state. Because we know our community so well and because we're so trusted, we were able to adapt our adult programming to where we have 20 to 30 students participating every week despite COVID. And we use things like WhatsApp and Facebook, something that normally would not be used for something like this, but we know our community will participate. And we're really excited about where this is going. This is something newer we've been doing. And like I said, we've had people get their GED, people learn English and be the hostess at Guadalajara in the middle. We've had a lot of success stories out of this program. Hey, Chris, go ahead.
Work this thing. So again, I'm Chris Clonch. As far as healthcare goes, we work with Ephraim McDowell to enroll Spanish speakers into their reduced fee program. So their reduced fee program allows them to go to a clinic to get services, to get prescriptions for their medication at a reduced fee. Our goal is to keep them from going to the emergency room and to keep the rest of Danville healthy. We'll do things such as school physicals. If they don't speak English, we'll make that appointment. We might go with them if we need to. We have also been very active in educating the community about COVID and taking the precautions they need to take for COVID. So we partnered with one of the local pastors that's very well liked in the community and talked about, hand washing, social distancing, just understanding what was going on. We were key. We have registered families for the COVID vaccine. We think it's very important that the individuals that work at our local restaurants are vaccinated. So we encourage. So what do? We made a video in Spanish. We posted that on our Facebook page, and we did send it out by text message to everyone. We also let them know where they could go to get tested for COVID. Some of the first people, I think one of the first two that tested positive for COVID called us. We had to convince them it's going to be okay. While they were at the parking lot, they called us and we translated for the nurse and let them know what was going on. So that's where the trust comes in. What else? The locations they could go to get vaccinated, tested and vaccinated are huge. But even though we put that information out there, we have to do some convincing. So all of us are vaccinated. We've put some videos out there, and we know that we have to be the example. We have contacted Boyle County and Mercer County Health Departments about a vaccine day. Boyle County did reach out to individuals that were in their system, Spanish-speaking individuals that were in their system, and Mercer County had a vaccine day. I was able to sneak some Boyle County people in there, whatever it takes. Also, the UK vaccine site, we did have some individuals go to Lexington and get their vaccine early on. And then Center College's vaccine date for tomorrow, we had one family sign up for that. So we try and just get everyone well informed. And again, we want all of Danville to be healthy. And so, this is one of the reasons why we are so important. Children without health insurance. This is from the Kentucky Youth Advocates, and Latinos are 9% uninsured. We do communicate with Community Action. We are in the Community Action building. We communicate with their connectors to try and make sure that these individuals, if they qualify for health insurance, get health insurance. If not, we look for resources to help them out to get vaccinated and be healthy.
And I'm going to wrap us up here. There we go, yeah. Talking about social justice, and I think the one thing that we want to continue to emphasize and reiterate is that the Hispanic population in Boyle County and Danville trusts us. And that's why when we talk about, when Chris talks about COVID and getting the information out there, it's not as, every other organization is also putting out their information, which is factual and reliable as well. But we have a relationship with this portion of the community, and thus they trust us. And so we feel that our responsibility a lot of times is to connect them to the right places, to make sure that they have access to education, to healthcare, and to social justice that's going to help them flourish in our community, which is what we all want. One of the other things we did within social justice is we really tried to help with the census. We put out a lot of information about registering for the census. And you all know that the more people that we have, the better off we all are. And knowing our population is really important, but also for state, federal funding, all of those types of things, knowing who's here and making sure everybody was counted was key. We provided during COVID, a lot of the people that we service were out of work. And out of work without a safety net. So we provided food boxes, we provided Kroger cards, we referred to rent and utilities to other places that could help them, and then paid ourselves the other ones that couldn't. During this time, we used 58% of our income for the year on these types of things for people in our community. 58%, which is huge. When you look at our budget for the last year, 88% of the money that we took in went to people, either through social justice initiatives, through health, or through education. So 88%, which I think is extremely high when you sit back and look at things. We also help people when they need legal help. We help get them in touch with attorneys. We work closely with Maxwell Street Legal Clinic and the Human Rights Coalition to try to help, again, connect people to the resources that they need. I guess am I going this way? Yes. Oh, did I go the wrong way? We have our list of board members here. You can see we try to have people from a wide variety of places in the community who want to help and support our Hispanic community members. And really, we are looking to help the public good. You know, we are committed to the health and well-being of all the residents in Danville by advocating for the rights and inclusions of some of the most vulnerable, yet valuable when it comes to our economy, Danville economy, members of our community. We connect our residents, immigrants, and migrants to services and facilities for educational, health, and humanitarian needs. And we believe that by serving this population, we're promoting the health and well-being of the city of Danville and the local economy. And as we we have our donors there, and as we finish up, you know we have requested $2,000 for the coming year, but the other thing we talked about is the need for space. And we know that you have a new building that you have purchased. And I don't know what your plans are for that, but as you look at making community resources available to people, please think about Central Latino. We have great potential for growth and connection, you know, like Brady said with education. If you've been to Community Action, there's a few tables and some chairs, and that's where we're trying to do a lot of our things. We try the library when we can. We've used Indian Hills Christian Church for a lot of different things. But if we had spaces where we could really offer something that was consistent to people, we really feel like our education our help with education could go up. And that space transforms us from just a service to a cultural community center, connecting the Hispanic members of our community with services, but also, and I think this is super key, connecting our community with the members of the Hispanic community. And I think that's something that we really want to think, that if we were in a building that was a larger community center type of building, other people could drop in and see what we're doing. Which connects them with people possibly who are different than them, and seeing, oh, they are trying to learn English, or yes, here are the activities that we could even help with or we could partner with. And so those are things that we'd like for you to hopefully consider within the year as you look to that space and what it's going to be used for. And I think that pretty much wraps us up. Yep.
On the income side of your budget estimates, it has other charitable contributions. What generally is that line item?
Facebook,
GoFundMe, we've done GoFundMe campaigns. We
Mhm.
also have had some people who sometimes just randomly write us checks.
Okay.
Because they know we're in the community and know that we're doing the work that we're doing.
Have you all, just thinking out loud, thought about having like a signature event? Because I think sharing the culture of the Latino folks, like you said, you know, sort of share understanding between each other and get to know each other.
We had a couple plans, and then COVID happened.
We have had a couple. We've had,
Yes.
we're usually present with some of the Halloween events, and we make sure that people know that we're accepting donations there. And then we also have done some back-to-school events on our own, that people have either donated supplies or donated money. And we've given out supplies to upwards of 100 kids before doing those kind of
And
things,
we talked
especially in our
about
own space.
a fundraiser
Yeah,
run
we
that
tried to
also
do it.
would be a cultural event, but that conversation started about last February.
Right.
And so we haven't been able to.
I happened to be in Dayton, Ohio once, and they were having this kind of event, and the food was amazing, the music was great, you know, and people spend money, and
Yes.
it went to a good cause, so, you know, maybe one day COVID will be over.
Yes.
Thank you for that idea. That's a great
Yes,
idea.
absolutely.
Now, notice this was started in 2004 by Center College.
By Center College student, yes. Yeah. Spanish
Have
department.
you ever considered creating more of a relationship with Center College?
I would say we have a very significant relationship with Center College. Now, financially, no, they do not necessarily support us, but we're supported by a lot of the volunteers being our interns, and also, I mean, obviously, I went to Center College and ended up stepping in a pretty big role at Centro. But also, we've provided transportation to their programming. So we've also supported some of the things they're trying to do in the community. So yes, we would love to have some of that reciprocated. And I think eventually it will, as a lot of people like me, like Effie Ramirez, who is also a Center College student, have been really involved in encouraging the school.
Have you asked?
Yes,
we're
we've asked.
very involved with the Bonner program, and so they will take care of sometimes our Facebook page, they will work on our website,
Good.
Central Latino would not exist without the help of Center College.
Good.
Well, in our Bonner program, a lot of times the interns that help us for the summer are housed at Center.
Yeah, and they're good,
A lot
yeah.
of times,
yeah.
so they do help a lot.
Yeah, I got some funding to help Centro, and I also lived at Center my first summer I got involved, so they've done things like that.
I thought it was a nice segue about facilities in lieu of monies. I thought that was pretty neat.
That was very smooth,
And,
very smooth.
and what I would say to you is that we have not really identified all the uses, but be on the lookout for hopefully us conducting some type of public hearing to get input from folks who might want to.
Well, and we were
Suggest
just trying to put
usage.
that little bug.
Oh, you
in
did good.
here as you think about those facilities and what you want to do,
Yeah.
that we think that there's ways that we can help and partner here too.
Do you pay anything for your current space?
We have a cubicle in community action, so we're doing all this out of a cubicle.
Right.
That's,
We do not pay for current space, and I'll be honest, we had a conversation with Community Action, I know they wanted to purchase, Jenny Rogers, and, you know, we had talked about partnering and being in that building with them and working on after-school programs, maybe, daycare type thing. I'm on Troy's, board.
Good.
In Frankfurt, so, you know, we work really close with Community Action as far as resources. I think they're, if we need preschool or daycare, they're the place to go to.
Those are some ideas that definitely been brought up by others, so yeah, we'll get consideration. And thanks for making us feel bad about buying the building.
Could have the same outcome, though. but, yeah,
Right.
same outcome, yeah.
Absolutely. I think we can all work together for
Yeah.
everyone.
And I see where you, I guess you've sort of gotten frustrated about applying for funding from the county. And so, have they given you some rationale about why they're not funding? Because, you know, a lot of the kids are in the county school district, right?
No, I know. You know, in Central Latino, we do serve people outside of, obviously, the city of Danville.
Oh, we know, yeah.
We are within the United Way area, so we're
Yeah.
serving all of those counties. Yeah, I
Yes.
don't know. You know, and I can say this, I think that we walk a fine, Central Latino walks a very fine line, with members of the community who, and I'm not, this is not about the county, but, who do support the work we do, and others who don't think we
Sure.
should be doing the work and helping people with health. And again, that's not a reflection on the county, so we just don't tend to ask a lot of questions, we tend to just go about doing our work.
And I think that they don't know. They probably don't know. They give us a chance to go in there and let them know what we do. A lot of people don't know. And sometimes there's a reason for that. Again, 50% of the people don't want us to help this population. And so, everyone has their reasons and we respect that. We are trying to do what's best for the whole community. And keeping this cohort of people healthy benefits everyone.
And even some of the people who may not live in the city of Danville, Chris, a huge percentage of these people are actually working in the city of Danville.
So, I may have missed it. Have you applied to the county?
Yes.
And when was the last time you were allowed to present, or if ever?
You do have a good advocate at center with Jamie Gay being on the current fiscal
That's good
court, so
talk.
maybe you go beat on him a little bit.
Yeah, we met with Jamie, actually, you taken love with Jamie, over the census.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
We-
right.
we helped with- Actually, one of us worked for the census to make sure that got done.
I do want to finish with this. I just want to say, I love the city of Danville, and I want the city of Danville to realize how special a place like Central Latino is. Because I've lived in a few different towns around the state. Towns this size do not have places like Central Latino. I grew up in E-Town. We have no place such as this. And even being in Louisville, there's no place that does more on less money and less space. Central Latino, I work at a place that has $1 million budget, has an old high school building, and the programming they do is very similar to what we're doing, and we're able to do it on much less of a budget and in a cubicle over here, just a block away from the city hall.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank y'all for listening to us. It was very nice to meet you.
All right.
You too.
Old friends keep coming around, don't they?
Our church works with that.
Huh?
Our church works with that.
Good, good.
Anybody know why the Civil Air Patrol and African American Society are blocked out?
I do not.
They have received money in the past, haven't they?
Okay if I take my mask
Because
off,
they're here.
so everybody
Please
can hear
do,
me?
please do.
Okay.
Hey,
Thank you.
Earl,
They weren't around last year, but this coming year they are around. Like the society
Oh, is that-
probably
yeah,
wasn't in
okay.
existence.
I got you.
I thought Civil Air Patrol was.
I did too.
Yeah.
See, I don't know about that one.
Civil Air Patrol made a request years ago, and they made a request.
Okay.
That would be correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Second Lieutenant Pamela Burt. This is Cadet Captain Chloe Burt,
Thank you,
who's here
sir.
representing the Civil Air Patrol this morning as well. Captain Nick Burt was supposed to be here to do the presentation this morning, but he is in Philadelphia supporting FEMA doing the COVID vaccines. Kentucky wing has several people up there that are helping out with that this time. So Chloe's going to talk a little bit about the Civil Air Patrol, what she's gained from it, and what our other cadets gained from it as well. You go ahead and take your mask off so they can hear you.
So I appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen, taking the time out of your busy schedules to talk to us today.
He won't- it's over here.
It's being recorded.
Okay.
So, yeah, my bad. So what Civil Air Patrol is, we primarily have three main missions, and that is our emergency services, our cadet community. So starting off with the emergency services side, we do all sorts of different things from disaster relief to helping FEMA with vaccinations, like we're doing right now with COVID, all the way up into going out, finding missing hikers, lost aircraft, things of that sort. We've got our aerospace education, which we primarily focus on taking America's youth and building an interest in aviation, things of that sort, model rocketry, what have you. STEM is another big program that we have, which is huge for us. We actually have a program through Civil Air Patrol that works alongside the STEM programs that the U.S. has come up with to help with science teachers, aviation teachers, things of that sort, where we can actually, if they join as sponsor members, we have the ability to give them what we call STEM kits. And what those include are like little hydraulic kits, model rocketry, little model aircraft, things of that sort as well. And then, of course, we've got our cadet programs, which I'm currently a member of the cadet program. And what that does is that takes America's youth and turns them into dynamic leaders. So that can range from anything from character development skills to leadership skills, all the way up to public speaking, like I'm doing with you gentlemen and ladies now, into just a wide range of things. And it's a great program. But the biggest thing that we preach with Civil Air Patrol in terms of the program as a whole, not just emergency services, aerospace education, or cadet programs, is that we are heavily community oriented. There is always a team at any given time ready to step up and help the community in any way necessary, whether that be distributing food, which Civil Air Patrol here in Danville has actually done over at the local Methodist church, I believe.
The Church of God over off of 127, and we've been helping with that since June 2020. We do that once a month on a Thursday.
Yep. So, that's food distribution. We do things of that sort. Like I said, we've got our search and rescue. We have our disaster relief, all those sorts of things. And we're always ready to step up and present a team when we're needed. In terms of what I've gotten out of this program, Civil Air Patrol has been a huge, I guess, just shaping factor in my life. I would not be standing here in front of you all today talking as well as I am had it not been for Civil Air Patrol. I have gone through the program for almost 4 years now. It'll be 4 years in August. And I can tell you right now, when I first started and you set me up in this same position, I would be like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Dear Lord, somebody help. I would be just absolutely stunned. But it has definitely helped me personally grow. And it helps several other youth and even our senior members gain a lot out of this program. So I'll go ahead and turn it back to Lieutenant Burt here, and she can talk to you about the finances that we brought here today in front of you.
So to add a little bit to what Chloe's saying about our cadets, we have over a dozen cadets who have gone into the military services. Right now, we have 2 cadets who have just left us recently that are in the Air Force Academy. Our cadets continually win a lot of awards within the wing and the region. One of our cadets that went on to the Air Force Academy actually won National Cadet of the Year out of 30-some thousand cadets. Chloe here, actually, she did mention that, is actually the National Communications Cadet for the nation as well. So our squadron has really done very well in grooming our cadets to go on and do some really incredible things. In the last couple of weeks, probably month and a half or so, our cadets have been chosen to do presentations with senators and congressmen. So recently they've spoken with Andy Barr, Mitch McConnell, Brett Guthrie. They've spoken with Commander Sergeant Master, Chief Master Sergeant Toberman of Space Force. So we have 2 cadets that are actually honorary members of Space Force now as well. They had an opportunity to present what Civil Air Patrol is. So we really, this last year financially has been very difficult for our squadron in the sense that generally we do fundraising year-round. And we have not been able to do that this last year with not being able to go out in public because a lot of things we do face-to-face for our fundraising. We're here today to ask for some assistance in just being able to maintain our building, the utilities. We are fortunate to be one of the squadrons that does have an airplane, so we do need assistance with the hangar monthly payment as well. With that said, we are also in the process of starting a program. It's in its infancy stages, but we're trying to start ground school for cadets 15 years and older with the opportunity to be able to get their pilot's license. That is one of the things that Civil Air Patrol does offer to students who are looking for their pilot's license, where they do not have to pay for the pilot, they only have to pay for the time in the airplane. So it's not something that we gain profit from. It's basically whatever the cost is what those cadets would basically pay. So right now, we're working on recruiting more pilots as well. I have 3 currently. I'm working on another 3 so that we have plenty of pilots to be able to give the cadets orientation flights and to be able to set up that school for our cadets. Back to the finances at hand. As I said, this last year was very detrimental to us. We had plenty to get through the year, but we need to ramp up our fundraising. As you'll see on the budget, it takes approximately $5,000 for the year to pay for the utilities and the hangar. And that's specifically what those funds would be attributed to. I am also the finance officer for the squadron. So it is my responsibility to make sure that those funds go to what they're allocated for.
Any questions?
I'm sorry. What are your other sources of funding?
Generally, it's all fundraising. We do have some that come from membership, which was another thing that the Kentucky Wing in general, actually Civil Air Patrol across the nation, really took a hit this last year since we were trying to do a lot virtually. A lot of the cadets kind of fell off with that. So we're back into recruiting also. So we do get a portion of any senior member fees as well as cadet fees. 100% of that does not go to the squadron because we still need to be able to support the wing in general. So we also have cattlemen's set up in Lebanon. We might generate maybe $700-800 from that. And then we have Wreaths Across America, which generally we might get about $1,000 a year from that. Last year we raised $300. So really with COVID, we really took a hit last year in being able to raise our funds that we need. We also like to provide scholarships for our most needy cadets. A lot of families can't afford to be able to send their cadet to an encampment or something along those lines, which is detrimental to their growth within the organization. So we do like to set up scholarships for them as well, which that is something that I will be looking at donations for in the future.
I know, like I said before, I've been here a long time, and you all presented before, and one of the concerns through the years has been, we'll say, the aging of the membership, and I think it's good that the cadet program has become so strong to get some youth into it.
That is correct, yes. And that was one of the things that when my husband was approached about being squadron leader, he really put a lot of effort into recruiting youth, and that's what we're doing. And that's part of my hope of the pilot program of bringing more youth into it, because that's what the Civil Air Patrol is about, really. I mean, that's how I feel about it, is that it is about the youth. It's not about the senior members. We're there to help the youth and to help guide them and help them grow and to become better leaders.
Our biggest cornerstone is the cadet program. So without the cadet program, you don't have a program.
Well, you can have all senior members, but that's not what we're about.
Why, it would seem to me the airport would donate the hangar to you folks.
We have spoken with the airport, and we have not had an answer back about that. And I think with Patty Powell does also donate personally, and I think that that may be an obstruction to that. I don't know 100%. I can't answer for her or the airport, but in the past, it has not been donated to us.
Because you're certainly benefiting them with almost $900 a year in fuel sales.
Right.
And you're certainly benefiting them by having just simply a presence on that field.
They do donate the building to us, so they have done that. Nate, what is Nate's name? Hammond. Yes, Nate Hammond was kind enough to donate his hangar until there was another hangar available for us to put our plane in. So Nate has done that for us in the past as well.
Well, I encourage you to ask again from the airport board.
Okay.
I think that's only fair.
Okay.
I have a question. So
with this chart, I thought maybe this was a first-time ask, and it hasn't been. So what was the past history, like amounts or?
They hadn't had any recent history. There was times where they've gotten $500. There's times where they got a little bit more than that back years ago. It's been several years since,
I think it was mainly a senior squadron at one time.
Yeah.
And then it's been converted more to a cadet squadron as opposed to just senior members.
So would this be a one-time ask because of like a fundraising last year from COVID? And then the fundraising starting back up again? Yeah,
This
that's kind of my
fundraising
big
is starting back
question.
up again.
Is this like?
Is it
yeah,
a one-time ask?
Yeah.
I would hope so. I would say that we probably would request funds each year, because there are several things that we do, that do cost the squadron a lot of money. I mean, we do, encampments. In fact, we were supposed to sponsor an encampment this year, which we ended up having to cancel because we didn't have the funds to be able to sponsor that. You want to talk a little bit more about, the summer programs and, Honor Guard, Color Guard?
So Civil Air Patrol has a wide range of summer activities as well that we sponsor, and the funding from these primarily comes from our fundraisers and things of that sort. But not all the time can we do that, especially with COVID, where it's hit us ridiculously hard this year. And that's something that we're having a bit of an issue with, where Lieutenant Burt talked about doing sponsorships for the cadets to go out and pay to go do these encampments, because unfortunately they're not free. As much as we wish that they could be, it does take money to feed the cadets. It takes money to make sure that we have everything in place, rent out the buildings, things of that sort for the areas that we do these encampments at. We have several different programs. Like I said, we have our basic encampment, which is like a boot camp for the cadets. That's the very first stage. It's like the biggest stepping stone in terms of really kickstarting their cadet career. And then you have these little, not necessarily sub-encampments, but what we call National Cadet Special Activities, and even like little side or what we call advanced encampments. And these are where the cadets go out nationally, and they can go from places like Pennsylvania, where Captain Burt is at right now, all the way to Nevada or New Mexico. And these, we don't have the funds necessarily here at the squadron level to send our cadets who want to do that, who necessarily can't afford that. But in terms as a whole, a lot of that stuff, like the National Cadet Special Activities, we personally as a squadron don't fund. We just fund the ability for cadets to get sponsorship so that they can pay their dues to go to these. And that's something that we're really trying to work on as well, because we do, unfortunately, have a lot of cadets that aren't in the best financial shape to pay, the 100, 200, 300 bucks that some of these encampments can be, including flight costs and things of that sort if they're going out of state. So that's primarily what we're trying to focus on in terms of the budget for a summer encampment or for the National Cadet Special Activities.
Other questions? I have one. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, I always ask this question, you're not requesting funding from the county?
Unfortunately, we missed that deadline. There was some miscommunication from Captain Burt, and I'm not sure exactly who it was that he was, their phone calls kept missing each other. And then when he finally was able to connect with her, we had missed the deadline on that one.
So you are familiar that the county judge executive is retired general of the Air National Guard.
We know Mr. Hunt very well, yeah.
So maybe next year.
Next year, absolutely. I have a reminder on my Outlook calendar already. I have this one set up for next year too, just in case. So yes, I have pre-planned.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Appreciate both of you.
Nice meeting.
Thank you.
How are we running on time?
We are behind by about, we are, and about 35. We we can try it again.
sorry.
Michael,
Good morning, sir.
good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Mike?
How you guys?
Right. You're on, brother.
I'm on.
You're on.
I'm the easy one, so. I'm here on behalf of the Danville African American Historical Society. I want to read a letter to you, and then I'll talk about some of the things that we are trying to accomplish here in a second. Dear community members and friends, we, the Danville County African American Historical Society, greet you in 2021. We are now in our 7th year of existence. We have worked hard and continue to work to share the history of our great community. We have faced many challenges in the last year, but as a community, we continue to stand strong. In 2019, our biggest challenge as an organization was to ensure the survival of our Soul of 2nd Street Festival. Thanks to the many wonderful folks and organizations that believe that our work was very important and essential to the growth of our community, we were successful in our efforts to make the 2019 Festival and History Conference our biggest to date. Due to the pandemic in 2020, okay, I'm getting that wrong, we weren't able to host the event. We instead spent the year creating another goal. We are now in our final phases of completion of our History Center Museum that is located 108 North 2nd Street in Danville. We are very prideful to have the opportunity to establish it in the historical district. It gives an extra special meaning to our work. We are now preparing to host the Soul of 2nd Street Festival in 2021 on the dates of September the 17th and 18th. The festival on Saturday, the 17th, will be held at the Constitution Square State Park, with the History Conference on Friday the 17th to be held at a location yet to be determined. We will bring back the festival under the safest conditions possible, adhering to all guidelines set forth by the state regulations. In planning the festival, we will offer an in-person format. However, we will be prepared for other formats, such as a virtual viewing. We solicit your help. We will be preparing as we prepare for the other formats, such as virtual. We solicit your help for endeavors to maintain and share the history to our citizens and our visitors to our great city. We also like to include the youth in our community and hope to inspire them to learn the history as part of their educational experience. We are a nonprofit 501c3 organization, and all contributions are tax deductible. Any financial contribution can be sent to Danville County African American Historical Society, Box 597, Danville. We also encourage you to become a member of our organization. Again, we thank you for your continued support, and we couldn't do it without you. Some of the things that, hold on just a second. Ain't used to this technology yet. As I say, we are trying to present the Soul of 2nd Street Festival this year, and we're trying to do that in September. We did that with the idea of the pandemic lesson, hoping that, and we're still not sure that we can do that, but we are trying to do that. And some of the other things that we are working on is we are partnership with Center College Student Government, and in the very next week or so, we're going to be opening the center for people to come through and receive a package that will include masks, thermometer, several types of masks, kid masks, and things like that. When we was approached about that, they wanted to do that because the pandemic has pretty much in the African American community been so strong. And my thought on that was that is true, but I didn't want to be set up where it's just to the African American community. I wanted it to be for anybody that wanted to come by, that felt like they needed those packages. We also still working on the tactical urbanism with, well, we're still working with the, what is it, I'm sorry.
North Carolina State?
Huh?
North Carolina State?
North Carolina State A&T. We haven't, at this time, it's still, we haven't heard back from them exactly how they're going to be. But we want to do that because we want to make sure that we have some kind of situation in the park to, when people come through. I think it was on last Friday, I went to the Bluegrass, what is it, Center for the Arts Center, I just say. And I went there to ask a question, and when I went in, there was two individuals there from Hodgensville, Kentucky. And someone had just told them about the History Center. So so we ended up going to the History Center, sharing some time at the History Center. And one of the things that struck me that's so important that we be able, that they wouldn't have to have went necessarily to the History Center to see that if we can get some other ways, like, in the park where you can go in, and some of the things that we're working on to share with them. We also are bringing in 2 center students for the summer internship that get some of the work done that we are working on, and we're really excited about that. We also would like to, within the center, be able to have some more audio-visual things going on that will help us to, when people come through, to share some of the history and everything. I don't have a long presentation, so I think you guys pretty much know.
Questions for Mike?
Yeah, any questions, please?
Well, not a question, but a comment, and that is just to keep up the good work. A lot of things have changed in the last 6 or 7 years, and that's been a very proactive approach that your organization has taken. And I bet my membership has probably expired, but I need to get back to that today too, but I do appreciate the work. Yeah. And I've been motivated to get out the Danville-Board County Black History Scavenger Hunt.
Yeah.
And I'm up to 100 questions now, so I'll be getting that to you pretty soon to be able to use.
And one of the things I want to get done, I think I talked with the mayor some time ago, is for you guys to come as a unit or an individual and visit. I'd like for you guys to be some of the first people to come down and visit the History Center and see what we have been able to accomplish at this point.
That'd be great. Maybe you can work out a time
We
with
look
her.
forward to that invitation.
So
Hey,
that's,
Mike, what,
yes,
the city funded you guys last year? How much did we fund you all last year?
I think 2,500, I think.
Michael, do you all have, in your fundraising or memberships, do you have different tiers?
We do. We are working to do that. I've just put Miss Debbie Prince, she's as an administrative assistant, and I've been doing a lot of work myself, but we are going to, we did that the last time around. We had a certain tier for, people that wanted to donate, and I'm going to get that out as soon as possible. But there's a lot of things we want to do, the pandemic, slowed the pandemic, and of course, in my little time in UK didn't slow things down too, so. But God is good, all the time, and I don't think he was ready for me to shut down right yet, so. So I'm trying to just keep going, and we are. It's hard to get people to let me go back here. One thing that keeps me inspired is our first festival that we had. Lucretia Banks, Bolliston, and Phyllis Key was classmates, and they hadn't seen each other since high school. Yeah. And at that festival, they come together for the first time, and they remained friends. But during the last year in the COVID, Phyllis COVID, took her life. And I talked to Lucretia not too long ago, and she said she still, says how important that was for him, because they didn't, up until she passed, they pretty much talked every week or something, It's been, so it makes me feel like the work we're doing is ultimately important. So, but that's all I have. I know y'all running. I'll be the easy one today. So.
This is not necessarily a budget question, but Michael, you've been a one-man band on this thing.
Absolutely.
Well,
And if something happens to Michael, then he's gonna pick up the torch and carry it on.
I don't know. I don't know that, but I think maybe I've already lit the torch, so maybe somebody will go ahead, And it wasn't something that, it was more like a lot of things inspired me. The festival that Mr. Atkins did some few years ago, I thought that was a great thing. And it always kind of stayed in my spirit to do something like that. And, it was like history was being shared on the time that history was being shared like that was during base school reunion, and people would come together and talk about history. But then 2 to 3 years would pass before the next festival was and people just couldn't share it. So I just felt like that need to be on an everyday basis, something, not only, and it stretches further than the African American community. It also touches our whole community. The big baseball, I think that's another thing that we're proud of, because in 2018, we highlighted in our history conference the baseball tradition that went on back in the day, and we honored the Danville Yankees, 6 of them on that history conference, and 5 of them have passed since then. So, that's something that you can't, it's gold to me. But that's all I have. Thank you so much.
I enjoyed seeing the pictures of the old ballpark down on
Oh, wow. Yeah, and then that's,
Hill.
that's so special, because so much went on. That was people, when base school didn't have a track to practice on, or they did track meets there, they did football games there until they was allowed to play in the Danville High School field, so, and every 4th of July, if you wasn't at the ballpark on the 4th of July, it wasn't happening, yeah, everybody went to the ballpark, everybody got dressed, and,
Michael, how are you able to get the young people involved?
well, I don't know. We just keep hammering at that, because most of them just don't, how it is when you're young. That's the least of your, I ain't caring about history. It doesn't involve me, but that is why one of the reasons we try to work through Center College, and try to get them. And it's just a sight thing that we're trying to work on. They see the younger people working, and some, that's a hard thing to get people to, get the students and become involved. And just kids, I talk to kids all the time about it, and they ask questions, but they think, oh, that's too old. I don't, it doesn't interest me, but you got to keep working at it. You can't just say, You know, a lot of say, oh, they're not interested, but I can't live with that. I just keep on trying to, you know, make sure if we keep that out there, that's one thing that's good about having the History Center. They can see, you know, they can see it's something going on there, you know, so, you know. So.
All right, Brother Mike, thank you.
All right.
We better move on. We got-
Yep.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I know y'all was running, so I knew mine would be sweet and short and sweet. Thank you so much for listening.
Mike.
to me.
Looking forward to the tour.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for the work that you're doing. Oh, I just stand up, didn't I?
What say, young fella?
Can I take the mask off?
You can up there, yes, sir.
Thank God. Who's tired of wearing a mask? Show of hands. You want me to wait for Mayor Parrish to come back in?
No, you continue right on, please.
Well, this has been a strange year. I know it's been a strange year for all of us, myself included, and our local city and county governments are clearly no exception to that. We've all been forced to adapt and overcome, and I think a lot can be said about this community and how they've responded, not only in droves to help those less fortunate, but just in their cooperation with trying to do their part for the COVID-19 protocol and try to keep everybody safe, happy, and healthy. And hopefully we're going to see some things open up very, very soon across the Commonwealth. Obviously, our on-site services are still suspended. They've been suspended since March 13th. That's not something that we're really terribly excited about. We do miss having our seniors around. We do miss having our adult day health care open as well. We miss those folks. We become accustomed to seeing the seniors that we care for and our adult day health care clients, and to have to sit on the sidelines and not be able to interact with a group of people that has become in a lot of ways like a secondary family. It's difficult. It's difficult. We miss our clients, and our clients certainly miss us. And I just remembered that I am officially over 40, and now I've got to put these on so I can see what I'm reading here. A lot of the seniors that we serve use our services to combat isolation. Through no fault of their own, because of the pandemic, they were thrown in, a lot of them were thrown back into an isolated situation. Those already lonely have been in danger of further retreat into isolation. So we've had to adjust our services, and we changed our major mode of operation to focus really on our home delivered meal program. So I'm gonna tell you a little bit about what's going on there. Prior to the pandemic, we were serving about 35 meals Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and we were delivering 58 Monday through Friday. That's an average of 395 meals a week that we're getting into the hands of senior citizens. Currently, we are delivering, we did 161 meals yesterday. We're delivering about 800 a week as opposed to 395. And all but about 7 to 12 of those on a daily basis are being delivered in-home. So that's huge. If you total that up since we had to suspend service on March 13th, we've delivered 41,193 meals to senior citizens.
Now, when you say deliver, who delivers them? I mean, who physically takes them?
My staff is delivering. We went ahead, in the interest of safety, we suspended our volunteer service that we had become so heavily dependent on, because we wanted to make sure we were doing our part in the community to limit one-on-one interactions with our seniors in order to keep them as safe as possible.
How many of you are there?
We run 6 routes.
But how many staff?
I have 13 staff total, including myself.
It's busy.
It is. It makes for a busy day. It makes for a very busy day. On top of that, when the weather takes a turn, we have to be prepared for that as well. So we make sure that everybody has a small collection of what we call shelf-stable meals in their home that are non-perishable food items. So if we've got 3 days in a row of snow and our food service provider can't get to us, we're making sure that people are still getting fed, which is huge. We've had to take advantage of some of the programs that have been out there for businesses and nonprofits. We did take advantage of both PPP loans to help out, and that was something that I think was obviously a foregone conclusion. If that was available, that was some capital that would certainly help us maintain our operations at our current level. And we did get a little bit of increased federal funds from COVID and CARES packages, but it didn't take long for I think it was $3.8 million across the state, across 120 counties. It doesn't take long to blow through an extra $4 million in a fine hurry. Just a bit of a graphic representation. I think I included this with the packet that I sent in with the application, but that's how our meal delivery spiked, and you can see that it's flattened off at that 160-ish mark. Some days it's 158, some days it's 164. But I wanted to make sure that everybody did have a chance to see that. Our service model, 62% of the folks that receive meals are residents of the city of Danville. That's almost 2/3. So 2/3 of everybody that we serve is a resident of the city of Danville. Last year was a tough year financially for all of us. I touched on that a few minutes ago. We were hit with a pretty sizable cut last year from what we asked for on our application. We had asked for 66.5, and we have asked for that 66.5 again. And I would respectfully request that you strongly consider getting us back to that level of 66,500. I think the numbers indicate that there's a vast need for our services to continue. And the last thing that we want to do is have to pull back on service when the immediate future is still, to a great degree, unknown to us. There have been discussions at higher levels with area development districts and Department of Aging and Independent Living about trying to get a plan together to get centers back open. Not really sure what that's going to look like yet. It's very preliminary. They've not shared a whole lot of information downhill yet. It's still much higher up in red tape and bureaucracy. I'm hoping that we will see an opportunity to start services at some point this summer. Again, that's going to depend on, in a large measure, on the general public and how the public continues to handle this pandemic. That's a real brief snapshot of what we've got going on right now. Under normal circumstances, we would be doing all sorts of other activities and educational opportunities and trips and all sorts of fun stuff that we like to do with our seniors. We just haven't been able to do that. And that's something that, like I said earlier, we really truly miss, and it's something that we want to be able to continue long into the future. And part of that future is the continued support of this city commission that has been so crucial and beneficial to our operations in the past. I don't know if anybody has any questions at this point. I'd be happy to answer or delve into something else if you were curious about it.
How much does a meal cost? Have you ever, what's the breakdown?
The reimbursement rate is $5 for a congregate meal, which is a meal that's served on site, and it's $4.50 for a home-delivered meal, which to me is backwards. I don't know.
Backwards, right?
I don't know why it's that way, but that's what it is. It used to be $4 for a home-delivered meal, but now it's $4.50 and $5, and the meal cost itself is $3.83. So that doesn't factor in. That's just the meal. That does not factor in employee time. It doesn't factor in vehicle maintenance and wear and tear or fuel costs.
And you're doing 800 of those
A week.
and 66% are from Danville.
62%.
62%.
Nearly 2/3, yes.
And then as we hopefully get past COVID and begin to open up, do you anticipate, the trend line, staying where it is, or
Mike.
can you create some incentive for reduction?
I think what we're going to see is we're going to get a new set of guidelines. The way, frankly, the way we have been operating has been under the executive order that basically said if they're over 60 and they live in your county, feed them and figure it out later. I mean, that's a very rudimentary way to put it, but that's kind of what we've been instructed to do. Pull people off the wait list, contact everybody, make sure if they're hungry that they're getting a meal. Now, there are some folks that have started service that likely will not have a need to continue that, and that's based on a variety of factors. A lot of folks have, not a lot, but there are several folks that have some family support that they've been unable to get because of the COVID pandemic. And there are some people that just flat out don't have anybody, and there are people that are in transitional periods. You know, there are times where we'll do a brief stint delivering someone a meal. Let's say Commissioner Cottle lives alone and falls and breaks his hip, and he needs help getting meals for a couple of weeks till he can get around the house a little bit better. Well, occasionally we have somebody like that. Most of the people that we serve really just don't have anyone. So I think we'll see some folks pull back, and then some folks that we're delivering to would typically come to the center for services. So I think what we'll see is that number, the congregate number will tick up, and the home delivered meal number will tick down, but to a certain extent, those two are going to offset one another. I would anticipate us losing, I don't know, maybe 25% once things get back to whatever normal is. But once you ring the bell, it's kind of hard to unring it, especially when it's the dinner bell. So
I was just doing some quick math based on the numbers we talked about. So you're spending in meals for our residents almost $100,000.
mm-hmm. It's a big number.
If it hadn't been for PPP, been a lot of red ink out there.
Indeed. Indeed, there would have.
What's the forecast for that?
A lot of that's going to depend on when we can open our adult day health care back up, because that's a revenue stream that we've been missing. Not being able to bill Medicaid for 13 and a half months, creates a bit of a cash flow problem, as you can imagine, because that's a pretty big number, and the excess that's generated by that Medicaid billing helps us to offset the senior services. So one, it's their brothers of a different mother, and one hand is feeding the other, but we've got a broken hand at the moment. So it's been it's been a thorn in my side, in that I really want to get it back open. I really want to get it back open because I think our clients need it. I think their families need it, and I think it's a good thing for the community. And just as soon as we can get that open and open safely, I've started developing a plan for it, but I've not been given the green light to go on and pull the trigger on it.
How many employees?
13.
Last question. Have you given any thought to if the location that the city just purchased would be more advantageous to you than where you are now? I don't expect an answer, just if you've given that any thought.
I have not been in that school since I was probably 10 years old.
Your initials are still carved in.
Probably. I think it's on the third bleacher up from the left. Third bleacher up from the left. I'd be interested in taking a look at it. I mean, the only bad idea is the one that's left unexplored. So we are in a position, however, where the physical plant is owned by our property corporation, and you probably know more about that than I do. But I think that building was built in '92, and there were some significant donors, and there is a property corporation that was formed that holds the assets. So they hold the physical plant and the vehicles and that sort of thing.
And I don't mean no can of worms, just
Sure.
throw it on the wall, see if it sticks.
Sure. I would love to take a tour of it with you sometime. Anyone else have any other questions, comments, concerns?
I think so. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ben.
All right. If
Everybody
something does
okay?
pop up, please feel free to call me or email me.
Very okay, you wanna take a break?
Good luck, guys.
I'm gonna get to the.
Break?
Yeah, I'll go get a water.
Break. Oh. Let's put it, how about 10 minutes? Can we do 10 minutes? We're an hour behind.
We'll catch up at lunch. We'll just eat food.
Yeah.
Have a working lunch.
See, that's good that there was that.
Well, unfortunately, Kevin, oh, yeah, you're right.
This is what happens at a doctor's office, apparently, right?
Right.
It's 2 hours.
Everybody takes 2 extra minutes a day, doesn't it? How you doing? Where's the ducks?
Hi, how are you? Thank you. One, two, three, four, five. Thank you, Debbie. Okay. Okay. So I am Kimberly Velasco, and this is Debbie Harden, my caseworker. I am the Executive Director of Family Services Association. We are located at 447 South 3rd Street in the community house from, across from the Boyle County Health Department. Family Services is a private nonprofit agency that has been in existence since June 1st, 1916. Throughout our long history, we have survived our share of economic ups and downs. While some specific programs of family services have changed over the years, the agency has remained solidly grounded on its original founding principles. To be a strong advocate for low-income clients, not only by providing financial assistance in emergencies to ensure that basic needs are met, but also by providing individualized counseling, support, and encouragement. We communicate with other agencies regularly to see where we can fill in the gap, such as Central Latino Community Action. With Community Action having their low-income heating and energy assistance program year-round due to COVID, we have seen an increase for water bills and rental assistance. Our numbers have gone up this year and, well, last year as well. From July 2020 to March 2021, we provided financial assistance to 438 individuals, 215 households. Of those 215 households, 176 households were city residents. 122 households were referred to other resources, and of those clients, 130 individuals were requesting assistance for the first time. During that same period, we were awarded funds from Heart of Kentucky United Way, Boyle County Fiscal Court, City of Danville, local church contributions, private donations, grants, trust, and investments. And of those funds, 67% were spent on direct client assistance. We usually try to spend 70 to 75, but due to COVID and closings, we had to get a new cell phone to be able to work from home. We also got a camera for the front door so we can communicate with our clients to reduce contact with them. We also have monthly case management software cost, all expenses that we feel will make our services more efficient in the long run. This past year has proven to be hard for all of us, financially, emotionally, and mentally. While our numbers are steady compared to the beginning of last year, we expect the need for financial assistance to pick up once Community Action runs out of their federal funding, or once clients have reached their limit for assistance through them. Yet, we are continuing to fill in the gaps for water and rental assistance. We hope you continue your partnership with us so we can continue to keep Boyle County safe and healthy. Thank you.
Did you start in 2020?
I did not.
When did you start? I'm just
I
curious.
started at the end of 2020. December, Crystal spent the month training me, and then
Okay.
my first
I was going to
day.
say, what a year to start anything would be, but,
Right.
so you haven't really been able to do like your budgeting workshops and your workforce readiness stuff because of COVID, or have you been able to do that?
Because of COVID and our clients that we serve may not have the resources to be able to get online, so we
Okay,
could
right.
do Zoom
Yeah.
classes or meetings. And that just factors in with, seniors not being tech savvy. A lot of our low income may not have internet
All right.
and stuff
So
like that.
those are things you intend to,
Those are
as soon
things
as-
that we've
whenever
been
this is over.
we're actually talking with the library to see if we can send individuals that don't have those resources so we can case manage and do those classes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have a question. I just want to say congratulations. And you can exhale now because the presentation's sort of over with. But you remind me so much of Crystal, because Crystal did it, I don't know how many times, but she was always like, come on, Crystal, exhale. I was with her yesterday by Zoom, and I remind her about we're doing this today, so
Oh, thank you, thank you.
it's a good job.
Thank you.
It looks to me like we allocated $3,400 this time last year. But if I'm reading this correctly, we have never paid you?
So, from my understanding, when I came in, it was $5,000 that were allocated to us for last year's fiscal year. We sent out a letter in December, and we didn't receive those yet, so I called the office, and that's when they sent out the $34,000. But we have received the $34,000. 3,400, I'm sorry, yeah, 3,400. We're wishful thinking. Yeah, but we have received the 3,400. Mhm. Mhm.
Anything else?
Thank you.
What you do?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate y'all.
Call Crystal and tell her you nailed it.
Thank you, thank you, appreciate that. You guys have a good day.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'll try to be quick so you guys can get to lunch or something.
Who are you? You can take your mask off.
Okay. You want me to just chin it?
You can do it however you want to.
Chin diaper, I think, is what my husband calls it. So, just let me know when you guys are ready and I'll get to it. Okay, I just want to make sure. Well, I'm Missy Angolia. I know a few of you, but I'm the sort of new director of the Great American Brass Band Festival. I started in 2019 after the festival, and then, well, 2020 happened, so there's that. But just wanted to come and give a little bit of information about Brass Band. I know you guys obviously know about it as it's in its 31st year, and have heard this a couple of times. But the Brass Band Festival is obviously a very pinnacle event for Danville. It is very unique in that it is the only event of its kind in the country. Obviously, there are jazz festivals and other things like that, but nothing that is free, community-oriented, or anything like that. I'll have ticket prices, and it's the most well-known brass band festival in, kind of close to the world, if not the country. And right now, it is produced by one staff member. Hello. And we have countless volunteers. So they're all very amazing. Now, in a normal year, which hopefully 2022 will be, fingers crossed, usually about 20 to 25,000 people do attend. This year alone, even though we're doing a scaled-down nature, we still have over 200 musicians that are scheduled to come. So there are still some great musicians. Normally, the budget for brass band is, in the last few years, has been anywhere between about $180,000 to $200,000. 2019, that dropped as we almost had a rain out, and then 2020, obviously. This year, we are scaling down the festival and working on a shoestring budget of about $115,000. So we are making it work with what we got. And the theme this year is Back in Brass. Kind of AC/DC reminiscent, but kind of hoping to get back to it. We're back this year, so we kind of went with that theme. One of the things we are doing for 2021 is we have several bands from NABA, which is the North American Brass Band Association, and they are actually coming to play just to play. They want to come to brass band. it's an exciting opportunity for them. Usually what happens is the NABA has a championship every year, and that winner gets to come to brass band. They've not had a championship for 2 years, so we reached out to them and their director, and they had a few really great bands that are just excited to get out and play music. So they are coming here. Obviously, we're providing them with dorms and housing and things of that nature. But they're coming here just to say that they've played Brass Band Festival and to kind of get back to some normalcy themselves and get out and toot their horns and everything like that. Normally, we have a lot of visitors coming from all across the country, even from, across the pond. So hopefully they across the pond do not come back till 2022. But I still have several people from out of state that have reserved picnic tables already. So I still think we are going to get a lot of regional and, visitors this year and everything like that. One of the things I like to highlight about Brass Band is that it is a free festival. It is supported by countless business sponsors, donors from the community, both public and private. And we also do fundraisers during the event, such as the picnic table sales, Pepsi, beer trailer, merchandise, and then just general donations during the festival as well. The reason I like to talk about that is because Brass Band anyone is able to come to Brass Band. It doesn't matter your age, your ethnicity, your socioeconomic background, your religion. It is open and available to anybody that wants to be there. Someone may never see a brass band in their life except for here in Danville, Kentucky. And that's what it may get them, a kid may want to, pursue a career in music or something because of something that they've seen here. So I always think that that's really cool. There's a lot of people in the community that have been all 31 years. There's a lot of volunteers that have volunteered all 31 years. Unfortunately, we lost one of our biggest volunteers with Jim Rankin in December, and that's almost as a rain out, a pandemic, and losing Jim Rankin. So it's like a strike three. So we're trying to come back this year as much as we can in a bit of a scaled down manner, and still produce a really wonderful festival. Obviously, you've probably seen we're doing it in Wisiger Park and shutting down the surrounding streets and everything. But I think it'll still be really good. I think people are excited to get out in the great outdoors. Obviously, social distancing and masking when can't social distance is what we are recommending. We will be selling masks at the merchandise tent as well with the Brass Band logo. So that will be kind of new and different this year. I don't know if you all have any questions or if there's anything else I need to address. Shoot them at me and I'll answer.
So the whole festival will be at Wisiger?
Yes.
this year?
So this year, we're doing June 11th, which is Friday night. So the gallery hop will be from 5:30 to 8. So the Arts Commission sets that up. And then after the gallery hop, normally is when Bayou and Brass is on Friday night. But what we're going to do is like a gallery after hours kind of concert. And Power Play is going to play, which is the local band, very horn-centric. So we'll have that on Friday night along with the swing dance at the library. There will be no rain plan for the library. No one's doing anything indoors. And then Saturday, we will have music from noon to 10 in Wisiger. The parade will still happen. Yoga will happen that morning. The 5K will happen that morning as well. And the wheelmen, the bikes with the one big wheel, they're still coming. So as long as there's no rain, there will be a bike ride on Sunday morning that the Danville Bike and Footwear does normally. But the wheelmen will join in that, which they usually do pending weather and everything like that. So we will close down. We're closing down Main between 3rd and 4th. We're closing down 4th on the side of Wisiger. And then we also have 3rd Street across from like the hub and the parking garage closed. So we have a big footprint. So the food vendors will kind of be on the other half towards the 3rd Street end and the eating tent. And then the music and the picnic tables will all be on the 4th Street kind of end. And then we'll have 4th Street just for seating. So people bring their own chairs. So that way people can have a little bit more room to spread and everything like that. And I think we're going to have a really good turnout. Obviously, if people are uncomfortable, please don't come. We'll see you next year. But for the folks that, with vaccinations going up and death rates dropping, even though I know cases are starting to come up a little bit, but I think by June, I mean, really, anyone in the state of Kentucky, if they wanted a vaccine, could get one probably. So I think we're looking really good. Everyone's really excited. I've had a lot of people that are super pumped that Brass is back and, you know, all that stuff. So hopefully it'll be a really good year, and the only thing we have to worry about is rain on that. So fingers crossed there.
Do you get good monetary donation support from your board?
Yes, our board, they support either monetarily or they do kind of elbow grease sort of support. Like the parade, Tom Ty is our board chair, and they do the parade, so he puts a lot of, both financially and physically into it. So yeah, we do, and that's been something that Bill, actually, Bandy, kind of got into a little bit more with the board, where it became more of a working board, and getting people not only financially, but, you know, more involved when it came to a volunteer or bigger role. So we are on the right track that way.
And how much do you charge a food vendor?
A food vendor, it's a little different this year because it's only one day. I don't have it in front of me. It's normally, I think it's, I want to say 300, and then they have additional per their square, like their linear footage. So if you don't have a 10 by 10 and you have a 10 by 16, it's an additional, like, I think it's an additional $30 per linear foot. So it's different depending on the food vendor's actual, you know, footprint.
Have you considered increasing that?
Increasing it? No, but it's not something that I wouldn't consider. This year, like I said, it's a little different because it's one day. When it gets to being back the normal 2 days, it was a little iffy this year just because we have several food vendors that they didn't want to come down to set up for just one day, right? Everyone's going to be sad that the Louisiana chicken guy won't be here this year, but he comes down from, I think, Dayton, and having to drive down that morning, set up at 7 a.m. and then get, you know, he just said, I can't do it this year. So, but he said, keep me on the list for next year. So that's something that we can look into. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's probably under market.
Okay.
And we also have to recognize that those sales do take away from our local
Right.
Folks.
For
And
sure.
so if that's going to happen, then, you know, let's get as much as we can. and
Right,
those-
right.
those
Okay.
come in.
Well, I will say that, and I've emailed, and I'm going to work with some of the downtown restaurants will be very happy this year. I think they will be turning and burning since it's going to be, we will have food vendors on the street, but I think that it's not as many as usual. So, and then all the restaurants right there, I mean, Harvey's, you know, Mary Robbins, Gypsy Run will be very happy. Subway, probably even New Shake. People may be getting their shakes on during the day. So I think the footprint of it this year, even though it is scaled down, will still have a really big economic boost.
I appreciate that. I mean, just looking at your income, I was figuring out the percent. Looks like we are about 17%, the county's 10%, and you have sponsors and raise your own money for 73%. And I was happy to see that. Because I like to give to things where it doesn't all go to a director, it actually goes to the event.
Right, and we also
And
have.
I appreciate those statistics.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Thank you. But we also have a lot of folks that, even in, you know, above that 73%, that give a lot of in-kind, like businesses that do in-kind. So the money
Volunteers.
doesn't even reflect,
Yeah.
you know, the actual, the hard cash doesn't reflect that. So we've got, you know, folks that may do some cash and some in-kind. So it's, I think of, you know, Central Federal Bank. they help with our sponsor reception. So they do, you know, a percentage this, and then they put that on for us. So a lot of in-kind things that we do get that make a lot of difference that aren't
Huge.
reflected on paper,
Yes,
really.
more than
But
the
we,
money.
and we,
Yeah.
obviously, we give them a value for that and whatever their
Tax
sponsorship
deduction.
level is. So, yeah, so definitely a lot of that. And we appreciate it because it's the brass band, and, you know, I'm new to it, but was born here, so it's, I know all about it and everything, but it would not be possible without not only the individual donors, but the business sponsors, and the community support, because right now, it's just me. There usually was 2 people in the office, kind of an administrative person, and I'm all those things. So it's, we've cut back you could probably see, as you look at the years, the administrative expenses continue to drop. The one thing that is unfortunately dropped that we want to get back up is actually the music budget, because obviously that is the most important thing about Brass Band Festival is the actual music. Without that, there is no festival. So we want to try to continue to get that on the rise. And I think that with everything this year, we will come out in a really good position to hopefully, sun, please just stay out, on June 12th, but that we will be in a good position going forward this summer to get back on track and make things as normal as we can in 2022, as long as we're able.
Is there a backup plan, like it used to go to Center College inside?
Not this year. The only thing that we really have is the parking garage. None of the indoor events are happening this year. And one of the difficult things that even before COVID hit, that we had to make the decision is not having an indoor rain space, because unfortunately, when you do that, the expenses go up because you have to rent it, and income goes down because, well, your beer trailer and your merchandise outside and stuff like that. So it takes a hit. So I think this year I'm just going to tell everyone, as long as it's not lightning, bring an umbrella and we'll just enjoy sitting outside and listening to music in the rain. So the umbrella is for both sun and for rain purposes. So hopefully everything is well with the weather this year and we can get through and get back to normal.
It will be, I guarantee it.
I'll take your word for it, sir. Do you all have any other questions or anything?
Last question real quick, do you track attendance, so we can just see that?
In previous years, they've tried some things. I know when Nikki was the director, there's a way to track attendance with trash. Because we don't have, there's so many entry and exit points, really, there's none. It's the whole thing. So it's hard to track it. So they've done that before with trash, so that could be something that we do again in the future. I think the last time they might have done that, I want to say it was 16 or 17 that they did that. But they're, yeah, right, everyone? Earl's volunteering himself, yes.
Line up.
Yeah, line them up, guys. But that's one way to do it, and it's something we could look at again. This year is kind of, I'm hoping we have good attendance, but not too good of attendance because of, social distancing and everything like that. But it's something they've done before. Donna Fechner had a plan for when we picked up trash to do that sort of thing. Plus, so many people come and go like 2 or 3 times during the day. They might come for lunch and listen to a band, go home. So it's some numbers are a little redundant, I guess. But yep.
Thanks, and good luck.
All right. I know. Thank you. All right. I'm gonna keep your sunshine and weather good thoughts, and
There you go.
something happens, I'm gonna call you again. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I didn't know where the
It's
mayor
a
went.
tough-looking crowd.
I didn't know where the mayor went. He just disappeared. Do you want my mask on or off?
You can take it off.
Discretion.
I do whatever you say.
You're on.
Okay. I'm here, for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Ann Yeager McCroskey. I am the board chair of the Heart of Danville. I also have with me Valerie McMahon and Lisa Thompson. And we are from the board of the Heart of Danville, which is your Danville Main Street program. Main Street program represents our community, our downtown community specifically, the businesses, the residents of downtown. In the past year, which has been one heck of a doozy, since the pandemic began almost exactly just short of a month a year ago, we did a fundraiser in the pandemic, in the beginning of the pandemic, strangely enough, and we raised money at the height of the pandemic, in the beginning of the shutdown. We've restructured. We tried to use this time in the shutdown to restructure. Our executive director left due to the pandemic, left town. So we used this time to restructure and build a new foundation for the Heart of Danville. It's to figure out how we could better support our businesses, how we could better represent our community. So we had many board trainings and retreats for our board. We developed a strategic plan. We also supported our businesses through the pandemic. We collaborated with other entities for the Whizziker pop-ups in the park, the Takeout Tuesdays. Our downtown businesses had one of their most successful holiday seasons ever during a pandemic. And we have multiple businesses who will tell you it's directly due to the advertising and the prep and what we did was to help our community and our businesses both. We went in and we did virtual tours of the different boutiques and stores downtown. And we did all of them that were open to the public. We helped them set up curbside shopping and private shopping. So yes, you would have never guessed that during the middle of the pandemic, but some of our boutiques had some of the best Christmas seasons they'd ever had. And surely were blown out of the water compared to what they were expecting. So we also taught them ways that they could initiate a higher business level and promote themselves using what they had at a minimal cost.
Well, if I might interrupt, just how did you do that, or where did you find the resources to pass that along? I'm just curious.
So we're
really.
part of the National Main Street. The Heart of
Okay.
Danville is part of the National Main Street. So we have lots of resources available to us every day. And every once a week we get a newsletter. We talk to the state, the other Main Street programs within the state, and across the country. So we were scouring constantly, looking for things that we could help our businesses with. And then we took those and we implemented them, and we went out into the businesses and we did live videos and all of our giving tours of all of our downtown businesses. And it was funny because as I went back into one business, she said, you've become that girl. I want the candy that girl talked about. And they didn't know it was me. Most of the times I never showed my own face. For the ones I did, I never showed my own face because it wasn't about me, it was about the business. But that girl, so I was that girl. But we went out and we did all the businesses. We did every retail business who would open up in some form or fashion down in our service area. So, and then we also helped them implement things like private shopping. It's one of the things they hadn't thought about, was that they could open up to a pod or a family to come in and do private shopping. And Julie said the day that Julie Nelson from Maple Tree said the day that she posted it, she said it's the single largest response she's ever had from any type of advertising she's done.
Wow.
She said, I would have never thought to just offer, she said, and we just offered to come in an hour or two early or shut down an hour or two early for people to be able to come in. So that was, it was wonderful. We felt wonderful to be able to help, directly help not just our businesses, but the community, because it was also awesome to hear from some people who said, do you know how great it was to be able to go and shop and feel safe during all of this? She said it was just, she said I hadn't been out of my house, really. She said I hadn't been out in public. I've gotten everything online. She said, but for the first time, she said that was the first place that she went, was to shop in one of our downtown businesses. So it was great to hear not just from our businesses, but also from our community on the impact this was making, and especially above all times during a pandemic. We also hosted, some of you were there for it, we hosted a Zoom meeting. We collaborated with CenterWorks and we hosted a Zoom meeting, a community forum, to talk about what do you love about downtown? How can we make downtown better? We had a huge response from it. We had almost 90 participants on the Zoom. So we have the ability to pull a large group of people together in our community and our businesses all at once. We also have a huge volunteer base. From that Zoom, we've also done, we literally had over 400 ideas. We did, I don't know if you all saw it, but we saw it, it's called a Jamboard, and we had all these little Post-its up. So people actually got to use their voice and discuss what they want for this town and what they want for our downtown community. We're also helping 3 new businesses. Right now, we're working with 3 new businesses. I can only say a little bit, but we're helping one move into a new location, and we're revitalizing, enacting, I can't say where it is yet because she's going to announce it tomorrow. So be watching your social media tomorrow. But so we collaborated. We helped a building owner and a hopeful new business come together, and we are reacting a space for a new retail location that has previously been it was an office prior to that, and they are reopening up a doorway that hasn't been opened in, do we know how many years? Gosh, 50 plus, longer than anyone in this room's been alive. It's been closed down because I don't remember it ever being open. I mean, well, you all are older than I am, but.
You can stop talking anytime you want.
Kevin, I was gonna say Kevin or Mike might remember it, but I bet not. But I bet it's older than them because it's been closed up for quite some time. Said with love.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, and then we've also hired a new administrative person to help the Heart with our daily administrative duties until we hire an executive director. Mary Conley has joined our team. We figured if she could run the county, she could surely help us out with the Heart. So,
Questions? I have one.
hit me.
With all that you all have gotten done, which is significantly more than I can tell has happened in recent years, why do you feel the need to get an executive director?
Because we realize that in order to propel this forward, because some of these things wouldn't happen had we not been in a pandemic and some people had more time on their hands and been at home. And we have reinvigorated our board. But we do know that to move forward long-term, and we're not talking about the next 3 months and hiring a director, we're still in a foundation stage of rebuilding the Heart. So we just had a board workshop on Saturday. So that's one of the things that we also met with the city the other day, because that's where we are right now. We're still working on our foundation, and we're looking at our long-term goals, because when we talk about goals, we're not just talking about the next 6 months. We're talking about the next 3 years, the next 5 years, the next 20 years. What's going to make our downtown vibrant so that the next generation wants to come back and work here and want to live here, and more people want to open businesses, because Main Street's the money shot. No business comes to Danville because of pictures of the bypass. If Main Street shutters, there's nothing left. We know that ultimately we need an executive director, but we also understand now we have changed the structure of the Heart back to being board-centered, because nothing ever happens other than a like-minded group of individuals. That's the only way to truly accomplish anything in this world. So we understand now that it is up to the board, ultimately, who are community people. Most of them either own businesses or work downtown or live downtown. So we know that ultimately, in order to keep up with everything, we are going to have an executive director down the road. When we're going to hire that person, I'm not sure yet. We're still working on the foundations. But this partnership, and there are so many more things that we feel like that we could accomplish, especially with working with the city's master plan and helping the city move forward on some projects there. So in order to do that, we have to have one point person. Not that I don't love being your point person, but I'm really a funeral director and restaurant owner.
You have a job or two,
Yeah,
right?
I do have my daytime job.
And a mommy.
Yeah,
Right.
jobs, yes.
What, and on the, it always kind of jumps out at me when you all ask us for 93,000 and the county for 5. And,
Oh, don't worry, we're
Is-
working on that.
but,
Well, we didn't ask for 93. I mean, I'll take 93 if you want to give it to us.
oh, I thought it said, that's,
It says 93,
Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay, 93. So that's with the second floor initiative in there, okay?
Oh,
So
okay.
part of our
Gotcha.
goal to help you all with the master plan is that we have to, right now, Danville's Main Street is at a 25% vitality rate. Okay? And that becomes a big issue for you all when you start trying to attract the developers and those type of people who can come downtown and do some other things. So one of our big long-term goals is to help with the second and third floor initiatives, okay? So with that, that's part of that budget.
Okay,
Has that
all right.
in there, is that because a lot of people don't realize, and we're very fortunate that we have Lisa on our board, who was literally, you just missed it out in the hall, explaining to Heather Henson how tax credits actually work. And so she's been educating our entire board on how tax credits actually work, because there's a lot of misunderstanding about that. About, oh, I have to keep it exactly how it was. Well, you don't have to keep it exactly how it was. You have to make it functional, but you have to keep, as Lisa said, I'm going to quote her, you have to keep all the things that make you love it about an old building. Okay? So the doors, the windows, the mantles, those things. You don't have to keep, you can put new glass tile in a bathroom. You can put new fixtures in the bathroom. You just have to keep the things you love. And that it's pretty common sense in that respect when she breaks it down that way. So like that's one of the part of this is being able to assist and educate our building owners and our property owners on how they can activate those second and third floors. Because for instance, on the north side of Main Street, and that's why I say this vitality rate, on the north side of Main Street between 3rd and 4th, there are 8 storefronts. There are 2 active. There's 1 restaurant and 1 retail. So that's where you only have a 25% rate. And there are only 2 buildings that have second and third floors being actively utilized every day. So that's a huge room for improvement. That's a huge amount of space that we can use. But the building owners have to understand how they can use the tax credits, how they can afford to make these renovations, and how they can do them in steps. Because it's overwhelming to think, it's overwhelming to think, oh my gosh, I don't have 200, 300, 400,000 to put into this building. I've been in that spot. It's a terrible spot to be in. However, when you have someone who can guide you through this, just like what we've done with the building I can't say, because it's going to be announced tomorrow, on how they can open up that doorway onto a downtown street and have direct access into a retail, that changes. Not only does that increase the property value of that building owner, it reactivates a space, and it gives us ultimately, it gives us a more vibrant and desirable downtown.
And can I say something about the
Sure.
fiscal court? So historically, Kevin, the fiscal court has supported downtown Perryville, or their Main Street program, and the city has done our Main Street program. They are not, that's the way it's been. So I think that's part of the reason we ask the county for less money.
I get that, and it's just that sometimes that's more of my issue than your all's issue, because there's a great deal of Danville that's in Boyle County. I don't know if you looked at the map.
And I don't think they always realize, I think sometimes people forget that Danville is the county seat, period. It's the pictures of the courthouse, it's the pictures of Main Street. It doesn't matter what you're doing, but on all the CVB's brochures, on everything, whenever you're trying to attract something to Danville, or to Boyle County as a whole, this is your money shot. This, second to fourth, that's your money shot. That's what everybody looks at and goes, oh my gosh, this is like Norman Rockwell. And that's what we want to keep. We want to keep that desirability, because ultimately that's what makes us more prosperous as a whole town and county ultimately.
Make sure you get that message across,
Working on it. Not to worry.
because Kevin's exactly right. And that.
We realize that, as our board
The
realizes.
City limits mean nothing other than for governmental purposes. I mean,
Streets and roads.
we all are residents of Boyle County. Anything else?
Some of us don't like to admit that.
I like what you're doing. I like the
Yeah.
new face or the new I don't know what you call it.
Revitalization,
Yes.
revitalization of the heart.
Thank you. That's a lot of syllables I can't say.
Because
Yes,
we
thank you.
have amazing volunteers who have been around for a lot of years, but we just needed to reset.
Now, I applaud you for doing that. The key to it is your board. And too often, board members pass the football off to the exec, and then they sit down and let that person do everything. That's not right.
Our board has all taken an oath that we're a working board. We're not an obituary builder. That's what happens when you're funeral. You got a funeral director for a board chair. Yeah. No,
I like that.
But I've made it very clear. I've made it very clear. That's one thing that we had a big discussion about in the beginning, was that we weren't a board that just met to say yes or no. We're a working board. Everyone's involved, period. And we respect if you don't have time for that. We get it, because we all work too. However, this is the commitment we're making at the moment.
I think that's the big difference. Because I know when I moved here, a long time ago, the business owners did the Main Street program. And the business owners, because they were involved and they were the active, involved participants, that's why it was so successful. And I think that's kind of what's happening now, just having that active board. And I saw you guys, I mean, rocking and rolling up and down downtown, decorating, you know, posting. So I appreciate that activeness. A lot of people have come to me and they want to see, as residents here, a lot more event planning, car shows, we have to go out of town, concerts, we have to go out of town, barbecue festival, out of town, lacking a signature or family event. Just when I walked a lot, I heard a lot of people going, man, I gotta go Harrodsburg, I gotta go you know.
And
it
that is where the heart in the past, we tried to be everything to everyone, because really a car show isn't under the purview of the heart. Now, we can help coordinate the downtown area, and we can coordinate with one of the car dealerships or one of the car clubs.
Who's the event planner then, if it's
So
not
if you're
the
attracting
heart?
people to downtown, if you're attracting people to Boyle County, that would actually fall under the CVB. The CVB is the one who should be branding and attracting people to want to come to town for all the different things. Like barbecue festival should fall under the CVB, not the heart, because the heart really doesn't have anything to do with a barbecue festival. The heart technically doesn't have anything, because when the barbecue festival was downtown, it really was kind of a negative for a lot of our restaurants, because people didn't come eat in the restaurants, they were going to the barbecue festival. They just wanted to use the bathrooms. And our business owners didn't see a huge, other than about 2 hours peak of shopping downtown. Because all those people, those thousands of people were all, in fact, it actually deterred a lot of locals from coming downtown to use our businesses because of the jam up of what people perceive as the lack of parking. And with all those people downtown, our locals didn't come to our restaurants or to our retails that weekend. So
I've heard that before, the business owners, I mean, because we used to do great concerts, and a lot of the business owners were kind of poo-poo on that, and I thought, well, the concert's after you close.
But that's just it, is
You
it,
know,
so
but-
that's, as the heart who is here to help promote those businesses, we have to make sure that everything we're doing actually helps promote those businesses. It doesn't do any good for our businesses to have events when the businesses aren't open. So that doesn't actually activate our businesses or help to fill more stores if we're doing events. And I get it, everybody wants us to be the party planner. We are dealing with that right now. So we have actually looked at some of the events that we've done in the past, and who is it that's better aligned to do some of those things? Like we've talked about the Lawn Chair Theater. The library has a film festival. West T Hill is obviously, they do plays, so that's kind of a no-brainer. And then if you threw in Parks and Recs on top of that, because it's in a park. So there are ways that we can help other people do some of these events, and we can help coordinate it, but still focus the heart on what we're meant to do. We're meant to be here for the businesses and for the community to bring everyone together. Now, some of the events do that, but they don't accomplish the entire mission is the problem.
Okay. I had a very,
I know,
had
a lot of people.
misunderstanding, but
Do you see what I mean about
If
how?
it's just for the businesses, you'd think those business owners would just be the volunteers then and work it.
But they're not, then that still doesn't further their business if they're out. They can't actually work on their business, work in their
Oh,
business
you could do a little
if they're
both.
out. And because it
That's
is,
interesting, okay.
when you think about it in that
But there's
respect.
still enough for a full-time person to do if you're not doing
Oh,
any events?
We could actually keep 2 people busy full-time. So here's the other thing, like, do you realize that there are over 300 houses within 1 mile of the hub that are vacant at the moment? Yeah, there are 300, over 300 empty residential, vacant residential houses within 1 mile of the hub. Can you imagine if all they were all full? What that would do for, number one, our housing market, and number two, our downtown, because those are people who walk. So those are the kind of initiatives that actually have long-term more growth and substantiate the businesses and the city as a whole than putting on a car show.
So are you suggesting that the Heart of Danville is going to expand its boundaries?
Not necessarily expand its boundaries, but if we can work with preservation and coordination. So the heart in the middle of the 4-point approach to a Main Street program, economic development is really at the heart of it. Because when you have a vital downtown, when you have all the stores and all the houses full, then you're gangbusters. I mean, you're unstoppable at that point. You're attracting everything. All the big industry wants to come. So it just changes things so drastically. So that's why I say, yes, Jenny, I could technically keep 2 full-time people busy every single day.
Okay.
If we could actually accomplish all the things that are out there on our plate, we could keep 2 full-time people busy constantly.
Okay. I won't make it last too long, but here in economic development, as you know, that's something the city is working towards. So maybe in the future, that might be a fold-in together thing.
We would love a seat at that table
Because
to be on that
might go
committee.
under it could all be done like other cities within the EDA.
We would love a seat at the EDA table because we work on this every single day. We have discussions at some point during almost every single day. I talk to Lisa or Valerie or Ellen. I talk to one of my other board members, or I am reading emails and responding to emails. And it's about people who want businesses, people who are looking for housing, all of these things. And right now, I'm out of buildings. I have 1 empty space, and we have 3 businesses that want to move downtown. 2 startups and 1 semi-new. And I don't have space for them right now. We've been showing them everything we can, and we've talked to people about selling buildings because that's what we have to do at this point.
Just point of clarification, the purpose of the EDA is simply,
It's different from what the Heart does, yes.
yes, and the purpose of the EDA simply is to, as a KRS authorized organization.
You all will be able to buy property
Correct.
and turn it over to developers to develop. As where the Heart works with the current building owners and businesses to make sure that they move forward and to make sure that we're not using but 25% of our current downtown, of our assets downtown. But educating them and helping them and funding them, those are things that the city can all funnel through the Heart. And then you all don't have to do the legwork. So we end up saving you time and money.
Really important legwork, because you just clarified for me, there are 13 vacant houses in 1 mile of downtown Danville.
I'm sorry?
300,
Over 300,
yeah, vacancies in.
within 1 mile of the hub.
Within 1 mile of downtown.
You know what you might do is you might take an aerial map or something and mark it and hand that to realtors.
We actually, in a brainstorm session yesterday, came up with a really good way to work with the city to keep this list so that, yes, it can be, and Earl will talk, I'll hit you about that later because we had a brainstorm session last night about how to keep up with this and to be able to show them all the things it can do, because a lot of them are in bad shape. A lot of these houses are in rough shape. So can they be flipped? Can they be reimagined? Can they be repurposed? What can be done with these? So giving some of those and helping you all set up a way that these can be monitored better. I mean, that's most important.
I know Earl and I and Tim Kitts had a conversation about affordable housing, and that could be an avenue for that even.
Anything else? Yes, sir.
That's a good report.
Thank you.
Thank you. You all take care.
Thanks.
For all your volunteer hours.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Good work.
Well, I'm gonna have to take a 0 on that, I don't know.
I might bring my
Yeah, that's a,
microphone back.
oh, wait.
Hi,
Hey,
This is just for the.
I feel like I moved in.
God got you. Thank you. I knew
What's
that.
up, Sharon?
Hey,
We know what you want. You can go.
okay, well, that's what you told me last time. I can if you want me to.
We'll work better this time.
Huh?
We'll work better this time.
I will. I am here on behalf of Heritage Hospice's Veterans Appreciation Day event, and I am asking for $600. This event happens every year except for last year because of COVID, but we ended up still serving our veterans in the nursing homes and assisted living facilities. So we were very successful with that, and we also expanded that to the dialysis clinics where veterans were frequenting, and we found out about it and were able to provide them with a nice little snack and honor them as we continue to do every year. So that's what our request is for our event, feeding anywhere from 7 to 1,000 veterans at the Armory here in Danville. Full meal, lots of TLC, and it is an annual event that occurs every year for the last almost 13 years. So that's my request. Any questions?
Any questions?
I'd just like to suggest that you get the fiscal court members and the city commissioners out to do some serving, some assisting, whatever.
We have been very fortunate to have a lot of commission and those that are local in our community to come and work the event multiple times and be present.
I know you have, but
So-
I like going and seeing them out there so I can be served. Somebody, you know.
Serving those who served us. He's a veteran.
I'll serve you a special plate of catfish.
Oh, he's got connections now.
I will say, if you haven't.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the vibe is really, really good.
It has been a life-changing event every year. Every year it's life-changing for all of us that serve and are a part of it. So we're very, very fortunate to be a part of it.
What year is this?
This will be the 13th. It would have been last year, but we were not able to have it.
I was trying to think between the first year and the last year you had it.
Yeah, we started
The
in.
number of people that increases.
Well, it changes, and it varies because unfortunately, we have a lot of veterans that are passing very quickly. Our Vietnam veterans are passing quickly, catching up with the Korean War, and we're very aware of that. Of course, our World War II veterans are decreasing as well, so we're losing them very quickly. So that's why we honor them all year long and not just one time a year in what we do with our services as well as just in the community in general. So we try to stay on top of that as much as we can. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you out there.
Huh? Yeah.
See you out there.
Please.
I waited all that time.
Again, hello.
Again, I see familiar faces. All right, what you guys want to know?
Have y'all been swamped in
Yeah.
2020 because of?
Not at all. Our numbers have actually dropped.
Really?
Yes.
Where do you think that's from?
The seniors won't come out.
Oh, okay.
We haven't seen the senior population since February of 19.
Which accounts for the uptick at senior
Senior
citizens, yeah.
citizens, yeah.
Right, yeah, yeah. No,
Interesting.
our numbers actually dropped. Yeah, I was shocked, but nonetheless.
So the need is still there, though.
Yeah, because we just started in-person shopping April 1st. We just started that again. And that contributed to some of the numbers decreasing, because that was kind of our draw, is we want people to come in and pick out what their families like, what they will eat, what they're not allergic to. That's what we wanted. So we stopped that in March of 20. And until the numbers for the whole state were consistently less than 1,000 new cases a day, I wouldn't even consider opening. Well, now we hit that, so, and we're maintaining that. So we started in-person shopping again April 1st, and we already have seen several people come back. Yeah. So I think our numbers will increase now. I think now is when the rush is gonna hit us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're probably
Yeah,
right, yeah.
I think so. Yep, so I'll give you all some quick numbers. So in the whole year of 2020, we served 5,991 people. That was the whole year. But keep in mind, it's the same set of people 12 times, because they can come and shop one time a month. But that was our total for the whole year, was 5,991. Of those people, 2,207 of those were city residents. Only 708 were county. Out of all of those people were county.
What was the city number? Sorry.
2,207,
And then the total number was,
5,991.
so the county was 3,000 something?
The county was 700. Because we're seeing the same people over and over.
Oh, so the 2,207 and the 700, that's non-repeating numbers, okay.
And surprisingly, we only had 189 new households, because we count those every month. The whole year, we only had 189 new people that had never shopped there before, or hadn't shopped there in 3 years. That, I mean, really, that's really low, but considering
Cool. Yeah,
understanding.
that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
It's talked about all around town, so I always say, keep doing the good work.
Well, thank you. We
Well, it's
appreciate
talked
it.
about, yes.
Yeah, having a name is not necessarily a good thing, but a good name
Yeah.
is a good thing.
That's
And
right.
I gotta
Yeah.
tell you all, and it's not to help you guys to try to not fund us, but the people, the community has been incredibly generous with funds. It is insane, the people that, they would call me and they would say, I got the stimulus check, I don't need it, can I just send it to you? Yeah, yes, you know,
That's awesome.
it's
Yeah.
this community, and that's to applaud the community. Not that we don't need help, because we are truly going to be bombarded. Especially come June, July, August, when the kids are out of school again,
Yeah.
we're going to be covered up.
And stimulus checks go away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's
all
right.
of this money that we have received recently, it's once in a lifetime. It's not even once a year, it's a once in a pandemic
Right.
that we have received those funds. So yes, of the community, I mean, applaud them every chance you get.
Yes.
They
Well,
have
and-
been outstanding with
Well,
us.
we should also applaud you and the group, because, I remember when you first came to talk to us, I wasn't sure if our community even recognized and accepted the fact that we had food insecurity in lots of people.
Oh, we took a lot of flack
Yeah,
in the paper everywhere,
Yeah.
because they didn't want us to bring those people
yeah,
out into the light.
that's right.
So,
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. But, yeah,
lose people.
What did the paper say? I missed that.
Some of them are gonna be those people one day.
Though, exactly, and those people are now some of our clients.
Mm-hmm.
It said that, one, it wasn't needed, and those people could find resources somewhere else that was not a problem that Danville needed to address.
Well, I was gonna say earlier, a couple of the other organizations we've heard from talk about their coordination with you, so, I mean, that's a good thing.
Oh, yeah, the more resources, the more networking we can do, it's not us. Us giving people food once a month is not solving the problem. You got to go bigger, you got to network with everybody at every level. That's what will take care of the food insecurities. You know, it's all of us, so it takes a village.
That's exactly.
We just one little hut in the village.
Aren't you doing this as a volunteer?
Everybody's a volunteer. Yeah, I'm a volunteer director and volunteer managers, and everybody's a volunteer.
That's strong, real strong.
It is, yep.
It is, and you know, through this pandemic, I continually get Facebook messages, and my cell phone is the only number to the pantry. So I know the information's accurate because it's coming from me. And I keep getting folks saying, I want to volunteer, I want to volunteer, I want to
That's great.
volunteer. I have nowhere to put them. The building is tiny. We need, just kind of you all personally, we need a new building. We have outgrown it. We've got to find somewhere else.
You hearing
to
that,
go.
Earl?
We got to have a bay door. Got to have a bay door. It's got to have a sidewalk in front of it, because we have people that come.
You're gonna have to get a building stretcher. We're gonna stretch that building out.
The thing about volunteer organizations too, is what you'll notice is that the networking is a different way to say it, but they're all intertwined together.
Sure.
And so it takes this big network of organizations to actually provide, you know, the
Sure.
full health support.
Right.
And so
Yeah.
each one of them are taking care of little aspects of it, so.
Yeah, and it truly does take a village. But, yeah, so yeah, we're all volunteers, and when we were harvesting hope and that just crashed and burned and was awful, and I decided I cannot go to sleep and think of those people that truly needed the help. I can't do it. So we closed the end of the year in 2013, and then I opened Harvesting Hope, our new Hope, March 10th of 14, and decided right then and there, God's good, we do not have to make money to be able to help people. We don't need to do that. We don't need to be paid to do what's right. Either you do it or you don't. You love it or you don't.
So-
Overwhelming, the people that want to volunteer.
You get nice contributions from churches.
We do.
Do you have a program, or do churches call you and invite you in to talk about what you do?
Mhm. They do, yeah.
Could more churches invite you in and talk about what you do?
Could they? Oh, absolutely.
How-
The ones that I want to target are the ones that don't support us.
Yeah, right.
I love to go in and say, "Atta girl, y'all are doing good, we appreciate it." Those are my favorite kind of talks.
Right.
But I don't care at all to get in front of 1,000 people and say, "We need your help." I don't care at all.
How do you do that?
Some of the times pastors or a member of a church will be somebody that comes and receives food, maybe a couple of times or something like that. That's usually where the invites come from. We want you to come talk at our church. Most of the time, it will start with, we want you to come on a Wednesday night. We want you to come to our small groups. We want you to come to our women's something, something. That's usually where it starts. And then ultimately, I'll end up in front of a congregation on a Sunday morning, which is, that's more, not more effective, but you get more ears that way.
Sure.
But yeah, anybody that will listen to me talk about the food pantry, yeah, I'm gonna talk to them. All the time.
Thank you.
Y'all got anything else for me? Mr. Atkins does not? He's the question man. What y'all doing?
Had a conversation with Eric Mount.
Oh, I love that man.
I got you, so I'm good.
Everybody, everybody loves him.
When Mr. Milton gets in here.
Oh, Regal,
Regal man. Yeah, I love that man too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mount lives in Louisville, he's still not talking to
y'all doing handouts at all?
Sure.
Handouts? Okay.
If you would.
I just wanted to
As long as
share,
I'm welcome.
just the
Yeah.
services we've provided. And I think most everybody has had one of these green books before since I've started, but if anybody wants one. Would you like that? Yeah, of course. Yeah, share one with somebody. Would you like that?
Did Paula retire?
Yes, she did, actually.
Thank you.
Sad to have to leave us, but, she was looking for something a little bit different now. But we've got, a woman named Rita Sally, who's going to, be the new Danville ombudsman. She's in training now, so. Would you all like me to wait for, Mr. Coffey and Mayor Peros to return? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, my name is Denise Wells. I'm with the Nursing Home Ombudsman Agency of the Bluegrass. And I think most of you do know about our services, but I thought, you know, of all the years for you to have questions, this is probably the biggest year. Our agency provides free advocacy services to anybody who lives in a nursing home, personal care home, or family care home in the 17-county Bluegrass Area Development District, and of course, Danville. We go into the nursing home, visit with residents, develop relationships with them so that they understand that they can confide in us about issues they're having. And then if they do have a complaint that they want our help with, we can go investigate, we can talk to the director of nursing, we can talk to the administrator, and we can really get down to what happened, why the problems exist, and then try to address them through some kind of resolution that the resident wants us to advocate for. So of course, COVID has massively impacted our services and our access to residents. On March 13th last year, the federal government said nobody can go into nursing homes except for surveyors. And so at that time, that meant that we couldn't go in. But starting with on July 15th, so this current fiscal year, the federal government and Governor Beshear's office wrote some guidance for us to be able to go back in. So we have been able to go back in since July 15th, and I will tell you, Paula was so gung-ho to return to the nursing homes. You see that she's since March of 2020, she's visited 47 times, which is really low for, like, compared to our normal visitation. We normally visit hundreds of times a year. But that 47 visits represents more visits than probably 3 or 4 other whole districts combined. So it really speaks to the heart that Paula has and our ombudsman have, as well as the support of cities like Danville to be able to continue our services and have somebody who's going to go in and visit. In that time, you know, I'm not going to go through all of these, but I do want to just highlight our consultations to facility staff and to families and residents about what was going on were so important over the last year. The state ombudsman had, you know, 3 or 4 meetings a week with state government officials, with the Office of Inspector General to be able to parse out, you know, federal guidelines are so dense and hard to read and even harder to apply sometimes. So the state ombudsman was able to be a part of those conversations, and then that all trickled down so that we could communicate that with residents who didn't understand why their loved one couldn't visit them, or family members who wanted to be able to visit their loved one who was in their end-of-life stages, but the facility wasn't correctly interpreting guidance to allow them to come visit. So those were our most important things. Some other activities that we did this year, because we couldn't be in person as often, every single long-term care resident in Kentucky received this packet delivered to the nursing home and then delivered by the staff to every resident. And if a resident had dementia, a lot of facilities helped us to mail the packet to family members who would like to have that information. And we included a survey to ask them about what was happening in their facility, what was happening in their home.
And we got thousands of thousands of surveys returned to us. And then as well in that packet was a guide to, kind of an explanation of what I was just talking about, what's going on with the federal guidelines, what's going on in the state, as well as, unfortunately, the COVID pandemic affected residents' rights. So residents normally have a right to refuse a room transfer. You're in Hall A and the nursing home wants to move you to Hall B. Normally, you could say, no, I'm not going to move. But because of COVID and kind of sequestering and creating pods, they lost that right. So we tried to explain that to residents as best as we could. We also printed these activity books and delivered them to facilities to try to provide some activity while they were isolated in their rooms. An activity booklet is not a replacement for face-to-face interaction, but we tried to provide as much as we could. We also did our annual Silver Bells Holiday Gift Campaign this year, and it was a really successful year, even with COVID. We delivered over 800 gifts to the 17 counties we serve, and every nursing home in Danville received, about 20 gifts to give to residents who really didn't have family in the area to even do window visits or FaceTime. And then finally, we also helped deliver face masks that were clear so that residents who are hard of hearing could read lips or see a caregiver smile, and gave information about how nursing homes could try to order those face masks on discount through a project we had with the Kentucky Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Mayor Peros, I think you might have stepped out when I was saying that our new ombudsman, Paula Parks, has resigned. She wanted to pursue some new opportunities for her. We're really, really sad to see her go. She had been an ombudsman for 10 years. She was a seriously fierce advocate. But we have recently hired a woman, Rita Sally. She used to work at Center College and at Hitachi. She's been in Danville for a long time, so she's in training right now, and we'll be visiting her first nursing home next week to get her feet wet and get started, but we're really excited for her to join us. I could talk on and on and on, but you all are already, I know, crunched, so I'd love to answer any questions that you all might have for me.
Well, I have one.
Yes.
My mother is in a skilled nursing facility. I don't recall receiving any of those things you just mentioned.
Where's your mother?
In Lancaster.
Lancaster? Is she alert and oriented if she had been given a booklet? So ask her if she received this this COVID book, because if she didn't, then we need to talk to Landmark and see what they did with them.
Could you leave that with me so that when I talk
Sure.
to her and say, hey, do you recall seeing this?
Yeah,
And if she says no, then I will still have a copy of the information.
can give me a call and say, Lancaster didn't pass these out, and we can figure out.
And where do you get the face mask?
We got the face mask through the Kentucky Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. They had a special project that they sent, not enough face masks for, very long, but I think each facility got between 40 and 100, depending on, we looked at how many residents each facility had and kind of passed them out according to that. So Landmark has between 80 and 100, I believe, so they would have received on the higher end of that. Nursing homes, you can give them anything, and trying to make sure that they use them is sometimes challenging. But I know Becky Hacker's the ombudsman in Lancaster, and she's Paula's mentor. She was Paula's kind of direct helper, and if you told her that your mother didn't receive that packet, she would absolutely be in there, figuring out what happened.
I personally would like to receive one of the masks, because it does make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And I'm not railing on them. I think they do a great job,
Yeah.
considering. Tough gig.
It's a challenge, and we were talking out in the hallway, I was talking to Heritage Hospice, and we were talking about how hard it is to find caregivers right now, because, a lot of the CNAs who work in nursing homes go home and take care of their parents at home, and so there was a lot of fear about bringing that into their own household.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I hope you all have a good rest of your day.
You too,
I
thank you.
appreciate that.
I hope you get a lunch break soon. Thank you.
Lunch break, what is that?
You guys getting tired yet?
Oh, our second win.
Hi, Heather.
Okay.
We were supposed to have starting with the airport, we pushed into one.
Okay.
They got the PPP for 107 or just their group, you know?
I didn't see that. No, that's,
So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more, and then, you can break for lunch, and then the airport board will get here at 1:30,
Okey-dokey.
if that helps you.
How are you
the
all?
dynamic duo.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And you're invited, if you wish, to take your mask off to project further, but we'll leave that to
Keep
you.
'em on.
Okay. Good.
Well, you all know what Pioneer Playhouse is. We're celebrating 72 years in Danville this summer. Pretty remarkable.
Yes, and we appreciate in the past, you guys have been a little bit of a stakeholder in what we do, and we hope that continues. And I think some of you did get an email where I was questioning why we were getting cut down to half and half and half and half and half, and we were almost down to nothing. And I think that the Pioneer Playhouse is not nothing. I think we're pretty special, and we do have 70% of the people who come to our theater are from outside Boyle County. So I think in the summer, night in and night out, in the summer, we, more so than almost any other cultural institution, bring visitors to Danville. So we think that we're something.
Yeah, and, you know, and I know as Romy had said in the email, I mean, people say how much they love us, love, love, love. And we love the love, but in all honesty, at 72 years, we also need, you know, financial help as well. I mean, especially during from COVID, from the last couple of years, we just really need financial support from this town.
And we tend to be good neighbors. I mean, you guys remember that when we had a city council Black Lives Matter meeting, we were one of the safe places that the city council could meet for Black Lives Matter. And then the Bunny Davis Dance Troupe, for free, we let the city Bunny Davis Dance Troupe have a concert. So, you know, we have been good neighbors over the years, and it's.
Especially with COVID, we did, we tried to be the place that people could come and feel safe and be outside and use. And we want to continue to do that, but it's just, it's hard, you know, we're not being supported, financially in every way. And, you know,
And we never asked for the big money,
no,
so.
we're not asking you for $50,000, that would be nice.
Maybe you could surprise us.
But we feel like what we bring to this community, I mean, you all know this, year in and year out is pretty important. And, I mean, can you all imagine, what if we just didn't open one year? I wonder if we just quit it? I mean, can you imagine Danville without Pioneer Playhouse? I think it would be a big hole here, honestly. And it may come to that. I mean, we're, you know, we fundraise, we're, with all of the COVID, you know, we're waiting for the Shutter venue grant to open, that has been promised to be open for 6 months through the SBA. That hasn't, I don't know if you all have heard about that, but it's like.
It's been pushed back and pushed back and pushed back.
We tried to, you know, we were waiting for it to open, it's crashed. We're only gonna be able to, apply for 30% for that, because we actually opened last year. If we had decided not to open, if we had not asked so many people to help us.
Yeah, if we had just shut the doors and then gone to bed and watched Netflix, we could have been in the 90% tier of Shutter venue. But because we opened and we had a little bit of revenue, and then we actually had a few donors step up, we got kicked down to the 3rd tier, where if there's any money left, they might get to us. So that's where we are with Shutter venue.
But, you know, last year, what struck me also last summer, you know, we were the only theater in Kentucky open during a pandemic. We were one of the only theaters in the country putting on live performances. People came, there were a lot of new patrons who came to see us last summer.
Good.
I was shocked by that. Actually, our patrons, who tend to be older, were not there. You know, they donated tickets
our patrons didn't come because of the fear of COVID.
Were first-time people. They said they saw it advertised, they saw it online, Facebook, and they came to Danville, and they were from outside, and they had never been to Pioneer Playhouse.
And with our limited opening last year, we did not have one contact tracer say that there was anyone who got, sick at a Playhouse event. So, because we are outside, we are uniquely suited for this strange and crazy time,
And so we did really well. I mean, we, 50% capacity for a 2-week run, we did very well. We brought a lot of new people to Danville, so we're pretty proud.
And I think in our literature we present on this application, we say that our ask for you is to use for publicity funds to, we do advertise in the Lexington media, and we do advertise around the state to bring people into Boyle County, And a lot of our ads say visit Danville.
Yes, definitely, for sure. And we were cut, we lost all funding from the state last year. So last year, we received $30,000 from the state that was to cover 2 years of marketing. And we were told that was the final time. So we will not be receiving funding from the state anymore.
Yeah.
So
That's a loss.
Is that the same for all theaters?
Yes, there was a publicity grant from the state that if you were a museum, if you were a theater, you could apply for publicity, and that is kaput, now.
They cut that as well. So they cut theaters, and then they were letting us apply for something else, but then they cut that too. So as of now, we have no state funding.
And I'm thrilled to hear you say that your audience this past summer was younger. And as you know, we've talked about this. And so the question becomes, how do you get them back? How do you get them back?
And first timers, and they were like they said, we've never been to Pioneer Place, we've never been to Danville, we saw an ad, and this year, people with COVID, they're gonna wanna get out, they're gonna be looking for the things to do, and I think they're gonna come to Danville.
In our restaurant component with the, we have a meal before the theater, and that's outdoors too, so both of our, our outdoor theater and our restaurant is outdoors, so it's pretty safe. Bring people in.
Have y'all just given up with the county? Do they just not?
Yeah, they turned us down a couple of years in a row, so, even though you guys have cut us down, I think it was about 8 years ago we first applied, and so, but the county said no, so.
I guess we should try harder, right?
Well, I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's a soapbox I get on that I'm not gonna get on, because it's not your all's deal, so.
Somebody help me remember, but I think we were talking about, at a previous meeting, or maybe yesterday, talking about doing things that were out of the ordinary and fun.
Mm-hmm.
You want to do something interesting, go volunteer to be a stand-in or whatever.
Oh,
And,
never done that. Been to the shows.
You can, and I did it twice, and I'm telling you, it's an athletic performance.
You guys would be surprised, Mike has a bit of a ham in him.
What?
No.
What?
That
Good on our stage. Actually, we're good.
Well, I'd love to do it again, if I could allocate 3 weeks of my summer, because that's, to do one, that's what it takes. I'm open to it.
Any other questions?
No, you guys do a good job, and I support you, so just keep on doing it. Yeah.
And you come out with your concerned citizens, and
Yeah.
I didn't do that last year, I guess, was it COVID that canceled?
Yeah, COVID got us. And COVID's gonna get us this year too, it looks, but, yeah, I don't know, we'd like to.
How's mama?
She's doing good, but she's
I'm
slowing
good.
down a little bit.
Well, she's entitled to that.
Yeah, that's right.
She finally won't drive into town, she'll drive to the Playhouse, but she won't go out on the road with a car, which is good.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Good for her.
Is the Derby Day wedding gonna take place?
We do have some weddings lined up for May. Do you know a person who has reserved it for the Derby Day?
No, I was trying to get used to the place for Derby Day, and,
People always ask us, and Callie is really the.
yeah, I know, I talked to Callie, yeah, I just, yeah.
I think there is but just, if you still want that date, call her.
Call Kelly.
But yeah, she's.
Or send us an email and we'll.
Yeah.
We do rent out our space, you know, to weddings and things like that, but again, with COVID, many people canceled, so that was some revenue also that didn't come in as much this year. So, yeah, I know everybody's hurting, I know, we're all in the same boat,
But we appreciate what you do, you know, after being a stakeholder in what we do, we appreciate it.
Well, thank you for opening. I mean, this is so exciting. And to have a community event during, you know, still in a pandemic and bringing others to town
And we hope to see
in
you.
a safe way.
It also coincides with the brass band opening, but, you know, we said that we open with Clue, we'll play for 3 weeks. So that'll be fun. It's based on a board game, you know, which is a bunch of crazy people running around trying to kill each other. So,
Yeah, thank you.
yeah, and actually what the pandemic showed us last year, we only did one show. And Robbie and I actually kind of liked that, like, wow, doing
Yeah.
one show is pretty amazing compared to 5 years. So we're only doing 3 this year, but 3 weeks each, so we think it's gonna be interesting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it's not as much a hamster in a cage, trying to open every 2 weeks, open every 2 weeks.
And also keeping our cast small, we're still gonna be in a bubble, we're gonna have everyone vaccinated and so, yeah. All right, guys, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
All right. Yeah, thanks for the, yeah, so it sounds like the.
Don't forget the comedy thing at the end of the season. You ever gone, Kevin?
What's that?
The comedy thing at the end of the season?
I have not,
Not too many years ago, they had J.J. Walker.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they have. That's
What's up,
brought a
Roger? You
whole
all
new
right?
segment.
Yes, sir. How are
Hey,
you? Hey, sir. How are
We
you?
still need to get together?
Yes, sir. Well, did you get that email I sent you? Maybe not. I'll resend it to you.
I'll look.
Yeah, it's no big deal. Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anybody that doesn't know me, my name is Roger Fox. I'm the vice president of the Shepherd's House. Shepherd's House is a nonprofit drug and alcohol treatment center founded in 1989 in Lexington. In 2017, we came to Boyle County through a partnership with the Joint Jail, with Boyle and Mercer County at the jail, built a day reporting program, moved over onto 3rd Street in the old Red Cross building, and have been there since 2017, providing services for men and women from Danville and Boyle County, Mercer County, and Harrodsburg that are incarcerated in our detention center, helping lessen some of the population out there, provide job skills, substance use treatment, mental health treatment, parenting classes, all of these things at no cost to our participants. Over the last 4 years, we've served over 400 men and women, with the majority of those folks coming from Boyle County, and the majority of that majority coming from the city of Danville. They live right here. We've been able to impact a lot of lives. Our new program director, she's a graduate of the program. And actually, 2 years ago, the first time that the city of Danville funded us, allowed Ashley to come into our program and be a participant, because you guys said, you know what, we'll invest, we'll pay this percentage of folks that can come in from the city and become, participate in the program. Because we had a lot of people showing up at our front doors and saying, can you help me? Can you help me get into treatment? Can you help me do this? Can I be in this program? And you guys helped make that happen. So Ashley Dow is a product of that investment 2 years ago, and she's the new program director there. Since then, obviously, like every other nonprofit, we've dealt with COVID. We've dealt with, with all the issues surrounding that. And, if you're in the substance use field, business is booming right now because of all the effects of COVID. Yesterday or day before in the Herald Leader, there was an article about overdose deaths being up 50%. And that was just data that was collected up to September last year, So what the last three months of the year looks like, we expect it to be very dramatic. And we felt it here in our community. We felt it within the community of the Shepherd's House, of men and women returning to use, and it being the one that is their last time, So this year, new projects that we've started, and we're continuing we've just signed a 3-year extension with the county to continue our program. And we've got the Jail to Jobs program, which was in the paper yesterday, about this reentry program that we're starting with the jail. And we know that while the numbers are down at the jail right now, because there hasn't really been any court, there hasn't been a lot of action. There's cases that have been piling up over the last year, and I think everybody expects that number out at the jail to go from 200 to 300. We expect to face some of the same issues that we faced in 2017 when we came here. And we know that those are folks that need to be invested in, like myself. And with your guys' help, we hope that we're able to continue to do that. 6 months ago, maybe 5 months ago, we were approached by the Industrial Foundation, and they said, "Hey, Andrew Wilkinson, his nonprofit's going to be, leaving. Obviously, just one of the causes of COVID, right? One of the effects of COVID, I should say." And they approached us about taking over that property there, and we hadn't budgeted for it. We really do run a fairly tight budget organizationally, overall. And, but we knew it was the right thing to do for Danville and for Boyle County, so we took that property over a month ago, and we decided that we were going to house women there. We have 8 beds for women. We're taking our fourth participant today, and we believe that it's going to make an impact on their lives. Like I said, we haven't budgeted for that at all, and the majority of the funds, if we're granted funds from you guys, would go towards continuing to staff that. We have a full-time house manager there Monday through Friday, and then we have 2 different weekend house managers that work from Friday night till Sunday night. We're going to help these women. They're involved in the program on 3rd Street, so they come there during the day. They receive the jobs program through Circle of Hope. They receive substance use treatment through the Shepherd's House, mental health treatment through New Vista. We partner with other treatment facilities like Isaiah House to provide medication if needed. And we really believe that we're going to be able to impact and change a lot of women's lives, children's lives because of this program.
Questions?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Might want to tell them about the transitional housing, emergency housing thing that's going on.
Yes, sir, I can absolutely do that. And it's that could be a 15-minute rant about the homeless population that we have here in the city. And I haven't had that opportunity to talk to you all about it. And if a normal person drives down Main Street, they may not see it. We have what's called a hidden homeless population, and somebody, if you're trained or if you're involved with that population, you're able to recognize it, right? But we have that here. We have a camp out on Clark's Run that where people are staying, and Tim Kitts from the Housing Authority applied for a grant probably about 6 months ago to do transitional housing or emergency housing for individuals, and brought Shepherd's House on to do the case management for that. So we started on January the 1st, and we get daily calls about emergency housing here in Danville, and we're able to provide hotel vouchers for short term. We have 2 apartments at McDowell Manor that we use for 30 to 45 days for families. We just placed a family in there last week, and a single gentleman in one of the apartments last week as well. And we're providing case management. So they're engaging with us every week, and we're trying to help that person get to their next destination. The homeless problem, we see it at the Shepherd's House. It's something that we faced over the last 4 years, is that if Roger's in jail and Mike comes and talks to me and says, "Roger, do you have a safe place to live? I might be able to help you get out of jail today." Yeah, of course I do, But folks with substance use issues, with mental health issues, have oftentimes burnt many of the bridges that they have. They don't have that. They don't have a safe place to go to, number one, and oftentimes they have nowhere else to go at all. So, we're facing that issue as a community, and Tim Kitts, thankfully, has helped lessen some of that a little bit. But I'm going to be honest. I knew it was bad, but when we kicked this program off in January, I was overwhelmed with how much request I was getting to help people. I mean, and so much that we used up all of our hotel vouchers in about a month and a half. I mean, it's that big of a problem. So that's another avenue that the Shepherd's House is involved in, and willing to help the city any way that we can work on that issue.
Appreciate that.
This run, I'm trying to remember what you called it. Anyway, how does that generate that much income?
Well, that's our run for recovery.
Yeah.
And 2 years ago, we had 1,600 participants, It's the largest fundraiser for the Shepherd's House, which now, the Shepherd's House is, we know, we serve from Grant County to Boyle County in 13 different programs. We touch at least 300 people on a daily basis, you know, so it does generate a lot of money. We have good supporters, Good Shepherds Episcopal in Lexington. They helped us get started. You know, their parishioners, they're big supporters of the Shepherd's House, so it's, you know, we're blessed in that aspect of it.
I think this is probably one of the most important things in the community. I mean, I have maybe 3 things circled here
Sure.
that are absolutely crucial, and this is one of them.
Sure. Thank you.
And when you change one life, you're changing often a
I-
family's life, children's lives.
Yeah. I had a gentleman show up in my office today.
Less
and-
crime.
And he was a client in 2017, and while he was a client, it was turbulent to say the least. Me and him did not see eye to eye. He was not ready to get sober. He was not ready to do any of these things. He didn't care about going to jail. He didn't, you know, and me and him had these daily battles. And I was looking out my office window and somebody pulled in the parking lot and he got out of the car and came in, and I thought, holy crap, what's he here for? So I went downstairs really quick because I just remember the interaction from 2017
Here we
with this
go
guy.
again.
And he said, man, he said, I'm happy to see you here. And he was sober, and he had been sober. And so it just reminded me this morning that while all the time people don't come to our program and just magically get sober, we're planting that seed for these individuals, you know, and it has to grow, you know, and it has to just be fertilized and all this other stuff, right? And then he shows up this morning and boom, you know, we're making a difference whether we see it or not, whether you guys see it or not, it's making a difference. Thank you. Thank you.
I checked the email.
I'll resend it to you.
Yeah,
No big
please.
deal. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger. Milton, you have 30 seconds.
We're gonna be real quick. You all are hungry for lunch and probably have to pee, so we're gonna be real quick.
Thank you. Haven't seen you in a while.
Ready to run a race.
121,000.
The
I mean, I've never heard
Danville
of that.
Sister Cities isn't as important as Shepherd's House and other things, we understand that. But we have to have some funding to exist. We are a commission, the city commission and the mayor appointed us in 1989, and it took us about 20 years. We finally got the sister city that we wanted in 2008. Since then, we're all volunteer. None of us takes a penny even on trips. We've taken 3 sister cities trips to Ireland, about 100 people, had exchanges of all sorts of people, musicians and artists and so forth. And we don't expect, we were supported financially entirely by the city at first. We've weaned ourselves slowly over the years, and 95% of our operating budget we raise ourselves, $50 and $100 things, and it's going fine. But unless we have some support from the city, we can't exist, and I explained that on the second page of the budget. It's part of the sister city thing so that Carrickfergus knows that we're there. We sort of exist by partnering with other things. We partner with Heart of Danville for a week-long festival downtown, with the library, Art Center, the Bluegrass for a display, West T Hill. They bring over, you're going to hear from Karen Logan in a second, Irish group in that we discovered first, Pioneer Playhouse and so forth. So we appreciate the support, but if we don't have some support, we won't exist. And I think it really does help the town because, as Mary Beth will tell you, we're kind of a star. Mary Beth? 1 minute.
Thanks so much. So during this pandemic year, when everything was sort of shut down, we continue to operate. We created a wee bit of Ireland, and that's that little handout that I gave you. It's a video, a short video about the activities here in Danville. It's posted on the State Sister City site, so we're getting some good publicity. We've had hundreds and hundreds of views, so it's really great marketing for Danville. We've also had some virtual programs with Carrickfergus through our library and through the Arts Center. And then we've done some extensive planning
We are planning to do in our next fiscal year a high school exchange. We had that on the books. We had to cancel it and reestablish it. We're going to offer some additional scholarships through that program. We're going to do the Sister City Youth Art Showcase again. There's a self-funded center alumni trip to Northern Ireland scheduled in the next fiscal year. And we're going to do our 5th artist/cultural ambassador exchange. The other thing that we're going to be exploring with CenterWorks is how we can leverage some economic development opportunities through CenterWorks and up to Carrickfergus and Northern Ireland. So, we feel like that might be a next targeted area. We didn't put any dollars in for it, but it is something that we're going to look to see what we can do there. Danville is really the smallest Kentucky city, sister city relationship, but I firmly believe that we pack the biggest punch per capita. And I'm not just shining you on. As Milton said, we're all volunteer here. We don't have paid staff, whereas the larger organizations do. And whenever they have state meetings, they always have Danville present first because we kind of set that bar pretty high with all the work that's being done year in and year out. So we're here, as Milton said, to ask for your commitment for this year. It is a requirement of our relationship with Carrickfergus, so, we really do need you in order to.
Two quick things.
Yeah.
A year and a half ago, we won nationally at a convention with George Bush for the city under 5,000, was it? Anyway, a national award, and so we were stars at the national convention with thousands of people in Houston. Also, we would like to have a second sister city. It got stalled, but we haven't given up finding a sister city in Japan, partly because of economics of our local base.
Japanese base, yeah.
Japanese base, that's it. Good luck, folks.
When is the October trip?
When is it?
Yeah.
It's scheduled, it's September, it's scheduled for September 16th. We don't know, and won't know until a couple of months if that's going to be possible. But it's filled. We've got 36 people or something like that. And that's basically, this one particularly is more center. The sister cities, we advertised it and we have some sister cities. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
all of your volunteer hours.
Yeah. Field trip.
You Irish dance on the side, don't you, Jay? I thought you did. I thought I saw.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes.
Ah,
Nobody.
Pass them around.
Oh, that's very nice.
very nice. Thank you.
Colors, beautiful colors. You tell me when I'm to go. All right. Thank you all. Where is everybody?
Well, one of us is not here today, and Mike's
here,
taking a phone call, so.
But you're there, all right.
I'm here,
And I
I'm
think
here.
you're really the only one I don't know. You're Jenny Holland?
Jenny.
Nice to meet you, Jenny. I'm Karen Logue. I'm with West T Hill Community Theater, and I'm glad to be here, and it's good to see you all. Some of you I never see unless I come here. You think I can? I don't need to talk too much into that mic, do I? Okay, all right. We've made it. The theater has made it through a couple of really rough years. This is our 43rd season, and that's hard to believe, and it's just wonderful to me that we've been able to survive. COVID shut us down tighter than a drum, probably last fall. We tried to do a Christmas show. It was a radio play. We hoped that we could pull that off, but it got too dangerous. And now we're confined to 26 seats in our small 100-seat theater, but we're moving on, and we have planned a season, and we hope to do our normal 5 to 7 productions. Our summer camps with our sister city and Shamrock group from Northern Ireland got shut down for 2 summers, and they were our single biggest economic boost.
And we've been doing that for 6 years, and we had to say goodbye to that for a couple of years. We're going to run our own summer camp this year. Registration is coming up on May 1st, and the last 2 weeks of July, we'll have 25 kids in there each week, hopefully. So we're moving right along. I don't know if you'll have any questions for me, but of course, any financial support that we can get is wonderful. Danville's such a cultural town, and we're part of that. And we have endured, and I have worked with Mr. Atkins. James, it's always good to see you. And I know, oh my goodness, I go back to this building, I don't even know how many years ago. I worked in a little closet over there with planning and zoning. I did, it's the truth, and worked on a manual typewriter.
Oh, wow.
But-
Yeah. You did a lot when you were 13, Mr. Atkins, you know that? Talk,
But
that
we
kid.
appreciate your support, we appreciate you talking about us, and any funding that you can send our way will be, with nonprofits, you know, we're practically at zero, but we're still alive, so.
That's great.
And that's a good thing. Any questions?
No, we appreciate what you do, and the fact
you.
that you started off by saying you survived, that's the most important statement, yeah.
And I appreciate
That's
what you
real
all
well.
do. I've been
Well.
there too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Enjoy
That's great.
those, there's various sizes, you can pass them on to your children or grandchildren, and there's Mr. Mayor. I guess you heard me.
I did, and I'm familiar with the organization well.
I know you are. You remember West Hill and Dorothy Bell.
And my daughter, my youngest daughter, did a little sport time with you.
She sure did. She was a doll. I miss her.
Me too.
In spite of her daddy, she's a dog,
Enjoy. I
right?
hope you get to take a break now.
Thank you.
We got one more, don't we? One more, yeah, Women's Trace.
No, you don't have one more, you got 4 more.
No, but for the break though, for the break. For the break.
Oh.
Hey, man, doing fine, come on in.
Hey,
Oh,
baby.
quit all that, quit all that.
I'm always so nervous.
Oh, get out
How
of
are
here.
you all? I'm sure you're hungry and a bit tired, perhaps. And I'm the W section, so I'm the last, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Before-
Until lunch.
Okay, all right. It's so good to see you all. I feel like I haven't seen people in quite some time. We have had probably the most challenging year at Wilderness Trace since I've been there for 10 years. COVID has been challenging. We had a change in our partnership with Danville Schools. But I think I've come to realize, we have turned our focus on our mission, as always, and we're serving 48 children this year in school. We did close for 3 weeks while Boyle County was in the red, and really struggled to try to figure out how we could continue in person. So we adapted to a hybrid model. So we had our medically fragile children in person Wednesday, Thursdays, and our other classes in Monday, Tuesday. So we didn't have a disruption in speech, occupational, or physical therapy, or early intervention and education for all of our children. And we were able to go back full-time a couple of months ago. And I've always realized that the center fills a major gap in our communities, and but never before as this year, as not being able to have consistent services for a while, that parents have really struggled. It's challenging raising children, but when you have a child with special needs, and we are a day-to-day resource for them, just not only providing respite while child's at school, but we do breakfast and lunch and snacks, and we really help fill in the gaps for families, I think, needing extra support. There have been a lot of tears shed this year, and a lot of gratitude, I think, expressed that we all take things for granted in our lives. But we also, our outpatient speech therapy program, we are serving 22 children. So we've really grown and expanded those services, and that's a part-time, mission-based program for families that may not have adequate health care, but it's funded by a grant from Good Samaritan Foundation. So what questions do you all have? I know you're fairly familiar about the mission of Wilderness
How much do
Trace.
you receive from Bluegrass Cap?
We don't receive anything. Our funding, we are under their umbrella,
Uh-huh.
but we are responsible still, as we were with Danville Fiscal Partnership, to pay for all of our salaries and expenses. Does that make sense? Doesn't make sense, does it?
No. Run it past me again.
Okay, so we, and we will be meeting by May 30th to determine if we're continuing. But Danville was our fiscal partner in that they fronted the money for salaries, and we reimbursed Danville schools twice a year plus a 10% fee. So we are paying for our salaries and our expenses the same way we always have. The benefit for us is, again, we are able to access health benefits and retirement program through a larger organization. And we also have had access to technical help where we didn't have that before, and also someone who is familiar with maintenance. We were never in a partnership with Danville that they provided any assistance that way. So we are still responsible for our salaries, expenditures, maintenance on the building and whatnot. What's I think will happen, and hopefully if we have a gap this year because we were unable to do our major fundraiser, that hopefully they'll be able to meet that gap so we can continue on next year and not have to close Wilderness Trace. Does that make sense? I know Danville Schools, probably 15 years ago, we had a situation we could not make payroll, and they were able to keep us going until we could pay them back. And that would be the same with Bluegrass Community Action. Any other questions about that?
You know, I've been involved a lot of years with March of Dimes. And a lot of our
I love March of Dimes.
March of Dimes babies
Come to
go there.
Wilderness Trace.
I know for us, you know, going to Lexington, very expensive and hard, or trying to even right now, we're on a waiting list for months, even for Kid Can Do. And the gap this group fills in, I can't tell you how many March of Dimes babies get all teary-eyed.
No, I do too.
Yeah, lives were changed here, so big supporter.
Thank you. And I don't know that people realize everything entailed or have that perspective that you do. But, you know, we have 4 children this year with cerebral palsy or who have neurological deficits that are so significant that they're nonverbal. It's been a really tough year, too, with the amount of children we've had with medical issues, trachs. But they would not be able to socialize really and truly without the small class sizes at the center. And I feel like that's a population that truly matters. And the younger that we can begin working with them, the better outcomes. So
The population's growing.
yes, it truly
With
is.
the drug pandemic, there's a lot more disabilities and premature births. So the issues keeps growing, which is more of a need
I know.
in future years. So thank you for what you're doing.
Well, it takes honestly much more than a village to make the center, I think, a special place. And, you know, a lot of people who need our services say we're so glad that's in our community. Because they're often in, you're right, Lexington, there's a big fee to attend Child Development Center, the Bluegrass, and that's not the case for Wilderness Trace because of what you all do. I mean, investing, setting aside that funding, and I know that's got to be challenging for you too, but it does make a huge difference for us.
Any other questions?
The new location of Bluebird doing well?
It's doing so well.
Good.
It's so good. I don't know what we do without the market, but we hit our annual goal in March for revenue. And I think in part, because we were shut down for several months, but, you know, now we have heat and air conditioning. I hope that we're able to sustain that location. And Beth Marlowe does such a great job there, as do our volunteers. But it's an amazing community connection place too, I think.
Is it open every day now? or
We're open Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays.
Tuesday, Thursday?
And I
Okay.
just asked Shepherd's House if they had volunteers, so, because I thought maybe some of their clients could help us. And that would be purposeful on both ends. But thank you all so much for taking time.
Thank you, Libby.
I
Thank you, Libby.
appreciate it.
We appreciate all you do.
Okay, we pushed the airport board to 1:30, so you can take a 20-minute recess, and I think, do we have lunch, Haley? Yep, grab a bite and then continue on.
Any reason you put EDP last?
I did not set that, it was totally random, I would suggest.
We're going to grab a bite. I like your accent.
So,
Give you an update on the airport. David Coel turned in our budget request for $10,000 of that $2,500. He had allocated as matching funds for FAA grants. And what we're asking from the FAA at the moment, we've been working on this for over a year, trying to get environmental assessment done on property the airport now owns at the end of Pleasant Drive, so that we can expand and possibly put in an aviation maintenance technician school. And the FAA, after a year, is almost ready to tell us what we need to do in the way of an environmental. As late as last night at 4 o'clock, they had more questions. And so, but we're working our way through that, so that once they've made a determination that we will do an environmental assessment that they will fund, and so the $2,500 is our local portion of that. The rest of the funding is listed as capital projects. Because we have a waiting list of 20 airplanes at the moment on our hangar list, and have for a long time, we really, actually, just from ideas from some of our tenants, we have what we call, if you're driving to the airport from Danville, and the very first thing you see when you arrive at the airport is an enormous hangar at the corner by the highway. That's commonly referred to as the Bird Hangar. It was built in the late 30s, and because it used to not have a door on it, and is notorious for decorating airplanes with birds, with the birds. And so, but it was a gravel floor, and then an oil and chip floor, I think used oil floor, and then asphalt floor. And really, we just haven't used it much, thinking that it may be getting near the end of its life. But we had some termite damage and evaluated the structure and determined that with a little repair, which we've done, that the structure itself, and it now has a new roof. And if my memory serves me correctly, you guys helped us with a little money as we were trying to get a roof on both of those buildings, which we have, and that project's done, and they're good and tight. And so we are going to empty that hangar out. We've given, Hammond Aviation was using the hangar, but really just as storage, because airplanes don't really like to be in a community hangar. And so they didn't necessarily need it, but they certainly need the maintenance hangar that they're in, and the little brick building next to it. And so, but they're in 60 days going to be out of this, and we're going to put a concrete floor in it, and then hang some LED lights. And this will help us. We're trying to update our hangar leases because we have some non-flying aircraft, and like anything else dealing with grandfathered topics, we're trying to be fair and reasonable to everybody that's been out there. But one thing that we're going to offer them is we've got an airplane that's been there 20 years and hadn't flown. Is we're going to offer them space in the back of that hangar and cover it up with the tarp, cover the plane up with the tarp, and it'll be less hangar rent, but we'll put non-flying aircraft in the back end of it, and then the front end of it can be used for a couple of flying aircraft, and then there's the Wings Flight School is expressed an interest in doing aviation maintenance in the front end of that hangar. And so we have an opportunity, as you can see, to try to use every square foot on the airfield as well as we can, and that's what's going on there. Related to our budget request. So the only thing else I would like to bring up is that we've been kicking around the idea. We've got a very active flight school at the airport now, and one of the instructors is a young married fellow whose wife spends a lot of time at the airport looking after their infant child. When I say infant, I think he's maybe 2 to 3. But at any rate, I've seen them out walking around, and we had talked about this years ago, but there's between what we call the FBO, which is the brick building, that administration building at the airport, and a corporate hangar, we have a green space. And we have a picnic table there right now, but we would like to go ahead, and it has a fence on the air side. We would like to get a fence put on the parking lot side such that infants, children, can play in there and put in a little bit of playground equipment to the extent that we've contacted Ronnie Bottoms, who's even offered to donate his services to help us get whatever we can afford installed. But we had a fly-in Sunday afternoon, and I know the mayor was there. It was great to see everybody out, but what I was impressed with at this fly-in that I hadn't noticed before is how many families were there with young folks, and, you know, introducing the airport to young folks and getting the community to feel like it's their facility also. We want to continue promoting that, and we think that this little space would be just like the park that you have down in front of the waterworks. You know, it's not an enormous bit of acreage, but it's amazing how full that is, and it gives parents a place to bring kids to get out of the house and play. And we think it would be a good spot for someone to, you know, bring the kids out, have lunch with them there, and let them watch the airplanes, and then possibly, you know, get a tour on the ramp if it worked out. But it's a way for people to think of it as somewhere they can go and utilize and watch the airplanes come and go, and do a better job of interfacing with the community. So I say this to you, just trying to promote it. We haven't figured out how we're going to pay for it yet. And so, and that's what people come up in front of you and talk about, is getting you to help us. And so just keep that in mind. If it's something that via either the Parks Department or whatever, or whether we have to use private funding, but I wanted to make sure you all were aware of what we were trying to get done. And we'd really like to get that done before the end of the year. And so.
What kind of deals Mr. Bottoms cutting you?
Well, he's offered to sell us the equipment at wholesale and help us install the equipment. Come out and spend a Saturday with us and let us volunteer and put the equipment in. And so, but we're going to have playground equipment, and then we need to get a fence up. You know, there's parking right at the edge of that, and so we'll look at that. But we need to get a fence up and then evaluate the fence that we have, because you know, trying to mitigate risk, but look at that fence and the spacing in the bars that we have on the fence, if that's not appropriate for young folks. You know, but we might need to put some sort of mesh in front of it to, you know, so that, you know, to address all potential safety concerns, so that parents can, and then we've got 2 air conditioner units on the side of the building, and so we may need to get something around them, and so just to make it safe, and so to mitigate risk, and hopefully turn it into you know, a spot for people in the community to come out and watch what's happening there.
Questions, comments? And then I'll further on, the mezzanine upstairs?
So, the discussion about the mezzanine is that at one point, we really wanted that to be a museum, and I think that Stuart had mentioned that, but at the moment, we may need the space. There's potentially someone going to be giving twin flight training lessons, and they just need a space, and so they may be using it. But we still, at the airport, are looking for glass cases to put memorabilia in. I know Patty is going through a lot of her father's memorabilia, and we've got a gentleman by the name of Doug Huff. I don't know if anybody's had the chance to meet Doug Huff, but, you know, his flying career is fairly extensive. He's plucked astronauts out of the ocean after they've come down from the Apollo missions to, you know, flying around the world. And I mean, he's done it all, and he's got lots of sorts of memorabilia, and these folks, you know, are looking for a place to get it displayed. And so we would, we're talking about doing that also. So that's, but at the moment, it's just banter, and so we haven't actually followed through on anything.
Anything else? Appreciate your patience.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
thanks, Ross.
You got something?
No, I'm good.
All right, thank you for your all's time.
Thank you,
Good
we
seeing you.
appreciate yours.
You still get a chance to fly much?
I was out there Saturday. There was your brother will remember Gerald Sharon. I haven't seen him since the day we graduated high school. And that's what, 48 years ago?
I'm not gonna say, probably.
It's crazy. You just never know.
Yeah, that's true. Small one.
EDP's gone down in their asking, haven't they?
Say, get up, sir.
EDP has gone down in their asking.
A little bit of realism goes a long way.
I see they ask for whatever's kind of given. I guess if you give less, I'll ask for that next time.
I want to give each of you all, while we're waiting, you'll pass this down. This is some incentives that City of Stamford has passed.
I heard about this.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we need to read this and move, I think. We've talked about it anyway for years. And that was one of the things we talked to the Heart of Danville about when they were in talking to Earl and I. Said, what kind of incentives programs do you have? Well, they really don't have any. Well, you need to come to us with some suggestions. Stanford.
You know, we're working with bigger scale than what they were talking about.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, that's right.
What the city had been working on, in other words, but now what, other entities need to come up with ideas too. We support all ideas.
So we're working on incentives or engineering and city manager.
We're working, Marty's working with us, Marty Gibson.
Marty Gibson.
Jody, we're trying to brainstorm on what's the best structure. That airport has changed a lot though, when you look at the picture over the last few years.
Oh, God, yeah, two buildings and all.
Yeah.
Well, just recently, within the last year, there's $1 million concrete pour out there. In aeronautical terms, it's called a ramp. It's where you park your airplanes. And in order to have bigger airplanes, because larger airplanes with all the weight on a small footprint, with asphalt, especially in the summertime when the asphalt gets soft, that wheel will sink down in that asphalt. And then it becomes a bear to move. So they were,
So they got half, it looks like, of their runway done. Or their total not runway, ramp area.
yeah.
Yeah, they got the.
Yeah, the other side doesn't matter because it's lighter airplanes.
How they afford $1 million ramp?
FAA.
Yeah, they get so much money.
FAA.
Really? Wow.
Well, but I tell you, like you heard a minute ago, they get a bag for it, and the FAA makes you jump through hoops.
You must do all the work then to do that.
Mm. What do you want?
Well,
Make it quick.
all right. Sorry about that. I had a gentleman was at my window here that lived on Patrick Henry Court. He said it was the best street in Danville. He's trying to figure out if the neighbor's tree branches were on his property or on their property, and who owned the trunk and who owned the branches. Have you? I don't typically get into these tree trunk questions, but it was a good one, so we were pulling. We pulled the plat, we pulled the PVA, we pulled, they were all different. So anyhow, that was a good question. Well, Mayor said keep it quick, so I'm finished. No. Should be two things that maybe went out in my request. There was a thing in the packet that said performance measures. I don't know if you have the items that we submitted in detail, but I'm gonna reference this document. It says performance measures, mid-year performance report, and then our actual budget document should look like this. It's a little more detailed than the summary stuff that we put into the form. And then I'm gonna talk from this because this has actually numbers on the right-hand side, and I can walk down through the budget and show you a couple items. But the first thing I'm gonna mention is this mid-year performance report, because I want to talk about a couple numbers. And before I start, I just want to say, and I've said this, I think maybe in years prior, it's hard to come in here and talk to y'all about funding, in my opinion, a little bit, because after hearing, like, for example, Roger, I've been watching, and some of the other folks, it's hard, as you understand, for us to come in here and say we need funding like everyone else, because I don't feel we clearly don't provide services like someone like the Shepherd's House or something of that nature. And, but, you know, we're an agency and we rely on your all's funding, but it's just hard for us to come in here and think that we're more important than agencies like that. So, so with that, we'll get started, but I want to mention a couple things before we get into this performance report. There were 4 things that happened last year that really affected this year's budget. And obviously everyone I think has probably been in here has talked about COVID. But one thing that related to COVID a year ago, we had a different city manager at that time. And if you guys remember, due to revenue forecast to COVID, the city manager at that time made a recommendation to you all to reduce the Planning Commission's funding fairly substantially, I think about 33%. And one thing I want to clarify, because it really wasn't accurate last year, I think when it was presented to you all, it was, he came and talked to us and we were okay with it, and of course we were okay with it, but there really wasn't a discussion at that time. I think we found out about it literally when it was being presented to you all that the funding cut was happening. I think it was presented to you that they talked to P&Z and we understood, but it is what it is, it's 33% cut, and it was something we had to manage, and we worked through it. But we were a little surprised when it happened, and it was based on revenue shortfalls, and we understand that. The county also cut us. They cut us $5,000 of the $75,000 that we typically get. You all cut $25,000. So between the two, it was a 20% cut on the budget, and we made it work. Another thing that happened a year ago was the city also had us, dropped us off the health and dental policy. Based on some technical issues, we've been on the city piggyback on their insurance policies for a few years. We were told we had to get off the policy, I think around May or June, I can't really remember. And so we had to go shopping for a health care and dental plan in the middle of a pandemic with a month to go before the new fiscal year or whatnot. Well, actually, we had to find a policy right away and then try to get another one come July 1. Luckily, Johnson Pullman, John Funkhauser over there bailed us out. He got us on the Kentucky League of Cities plan, and we got a 2-month plan to get us through May and June, and then we did a new plan July 1. We actually saved some money. We went to a catastrophic style insurance plan. It's got a high deductible, it's got some co-pays, and the Planning Commission only provides single coverage for health and dental. That's all we get. At the same time, the Planning Commission Personnel Committee cut all the other benefits that we typically get. We no longer have life insurance or vision coverage. We now, as a Planning Commission staff, the 2 of us, we just get health and dental, single coverage only. And we're on the Kentucky League of Cities plan, and we've just got our renewal number. And interesting enough, our premium went up 45 cents. Literally 0.1% was our premium increase over last year. So we're sticking with the same plan. Again, it's got a $5,000 deductible for some things and co-pays on others and whatnot. But that put us in a little bit of a bind because as we were working on the budget last year, we were kind of in a crunch trying to figure out what we're doing with our health care and the cut. So then this year, it kind of affected a lot of those things, and that's why I want to walk you through some of that. So with that, I want to talk to this mid-year performance report real quick. On the second page, you see the numbers, and I'm going to just point out a few numbers on this report. We do this kind of every year with the budget, or since I've been kind of working through this, just to give a snapshot of the mid-year fiscal point on what we call performance measures. And these are our big applications. These aren't everything like the gentleman just came to the window, but these are applications, zone changes. And I just want to point a few things out here. You can see the July 2020 to December 2020 Danville number. I just want to point out zone change applications up there at the top.
What does it look like? It's the last, oh, okay.
And then it looks like a grid.
Scroll.
Yep.
Last page. Okay, so
Okay.
it's 50
Okay.
pages. Okay.
So the zone change applications from July to December, we did 5, which was interesting. That's probably as many as we've done in the 6-year period. We did 0 last year at the same time. Site development plans, a couple down, we've only done 4 at the mid-year point. And actually, even through now, we've only done 4 site plans for the entire fiscal year. Last year at this time, we'd only done 2. Subdivision plats are interesting. We've only done 8. And you can see most of them are out in the county at 32. Almost all the lots we create, home construction is happening out in the county. We had only done 5 the year prior. So when you look at zone changes, site plans, and plats, it looks like, hey, we're a tad bit up over the year prior. But that's a pretty small increase. The real truth of how we gauge our activities down here at the zoning permits number down below. Move on down that document under plan review services, and you see zoning permits. That's the big item that really funds our budget as far as our fee generation outside of the appropriations. And you can see there was 12 zoning permits in 2020. Last year, we were at 17. And so that's gone down substantially. And since then, we've had 11 come in, but I want to read them to you so you guys get in understanding kind of what's been happening. We've had 11 zoning permits since January 1, and they've been a storage building, food truck, 1 rick house, food truck, parking lot, storage building, fireworks tent, and a food truck. That's our entire year for construction. So what's interesting is, before the pandemic, February of 2020, we had one of the biggest planning commission meetings we ever had. We had 14 items on the agenda. After March, everything's just, wheels have come off. And it may feel like some stuff's getting back to normal, but when you look at this report and look at what we see, which are zoning permits, which equal dirt being moved, we're doing some food trucks, and that's about it. And as far as I know, there's 3 construction projects right now happening in the community, which is storage buildings on David Avenue, a used car lot on Houstonville Road next to the Valvoline oil change place, and Azuka restaurants under construction right now. So that's about all we've got for zoning permits through April of 2021. And the reason why it's relevant, because it ties right into our budget. So with that, I'll just jump to the budget document real quick. And I'm going to work off this line, and I want to point out line 1 right off the bat, which is our carryover. So last year, when we brought the budget to the commission, we were projecting a 6-figure carryover number. And that's why I think the budget cuts worked out okay for us, because we had a pretty good year going last year, and we had a lot of carryover. And you can see what's projected in next year's budget drops from 102,352 to 71,554. We basically survived that $30,000 cut came right there, and it's easiest to see right on our projected carryover for next year. And then as you roll down the revenues, which are at the top, obviously line number 2 is our city appropriation request. 75,000 is what we are requesting. That is the same number, I believe, that goes all the way back prior to me getting here, and maybe even a year or 2 before that. I'm not sure. I went back and looked all the way back through fiscal year 17. That's the same number that the Planning Commission's been requesting from the commission. We haven't made any increase in that. Going down the line, though, I think it's that line 13 that just jumps out. $20,000 is our budgeted number, but if you look all the way back over to the left, year-to-date, we're only at $8,600 in zoning permits. So we're trending way down on that, but they may catch up. There may be a project or two that pops in here, and we'll get closer to that. But obviously, that's our highest revenue source outside of the city and the county appropriation, and it's trending down. With that, there's nothing really else on the budget I want to point out other than maybe lines 24 is our state retirement number. And maybe other agencies have already told you that. That was suspended last year due to the pandemic, COVID. But the state is putting that number back into play at the 26.95 contribution rate. So we're seeing a pretty good increase right there in our state retirement allocation. And with that, I don't know if there's anything else in the budget that I need to go over. All the categories are similar. The numbers are similar to the year prior. But I want to answer any questions you might have and go into any more detail on the budget or anything in the budget that you guys need clarification on.
So it looks like you definitely need the full amount. I
You know,
mean, with the reduced carryover.
It's reduced, but what's interesting, it's kind of money in, money out. We have these escrow accounts down there at the bottom. We have a general operating escrow that we keep at a formula base of 10% of our revenues. We keep a little bit of money for legal reserve. You all remember the pipeline discussion. We were always told to keep some money there just in case. So, you know, honestly, it's a judgment call for you guys. I think we need it, we're used to it, but at the end of the day, we have some carryover. And what's the appropriate amount for us that we could sustain? I think those escrow accounts are important to us, and you can see they're projected to be at $51,000 at the end of next year. And then the other thing is we never know what revenues are gonna come in. We could get a construction boom of some kind and everything inflates and we go from there. But typically, I think we are somewhat dependent on that. But if it was reduced, again, I think we could make a go of it, obviously like we did last year. You know, there's not much else we can reduce in our budget. In the perfect world, we'd have the revenue coming in, expenditures spot on, but we're about $10,000, $15,000 off on that with CERS going up each year.
Let me say this about your reserve. I do think there's an advantage to having your jointly funded agencies, to having a reserve. There again, you got to decide how much you're comfortable with. But for example, just last year, that was less for us to have to think about when we were trying to balance our own operating budgets, right? And so we were able to absorb that, and Steve was able to navigate that using his reserve, which really helped, right? And so I would just say that, acknowledge that, that's not an unreasonable thing for planning and zoning and some of your other jointly funded operations to having a reserve.
Well, and we stuck a neat little process in here. If you look at line 69, we have a new reserve category. It's called city-county reimbursement. So if we get a boom in revenues, what's going to flow in over our budget, we're going to roll right into that item. And the plan is if we had $15,000 or $20,000 extra dollars, we're going to put in that and we're going to move that money back to the city and the county. And we were actually prepared to rebate back $15,000 to both the city and the county before we got notice of the cuts. Then we were told, just hang on to that. But if we do get excess revenues coming in, that's our plan is the budget's pretty set. We're going to roll it right into that category as excess revenues, and we're going to roll them back to the city and the county on a quarterly basis if we get them. But those base escrows there, which are operating reserve, construction reserves is incidental, and then the legal reserves, we're just holding money in case there's a lawsuit or something, because that's the last thing we'd want to have to do is if we got a challenge in court, have to come back to the city or the county and say, hey, we need some extra funds. So that $30,000 is kind of there as a safety net. But if we had to do something, that's the first amount we'd probably scrub a little bit if we had to find some extra money. And again, I'm glad to answer. Is there any questions you might have or?
Nope.
Anything else on P and Z on your mind or anything else? Well, we appreciate what you do for us. We appreciate the space and everything the city does for us. IT support indirectly, we got web and phone and all the things we couldn't do it without you guys. I will complain about one item.
Yeah, well, I was getting ready to address that too, yeah.
Man, we're not
Go ahead.
crazy about the bulletproof glass.
Oh, no, that's different. That's a separate issue.
No, that's the only issue. It's been a struggle for us. It affects the way we like to do our service delivery just a tad bit, and I know why I had to go in there. I don't know if it's possible we could sign a waiver or something. But our clients are different than the folks that are paying a water bill or coming. They're at the window, like this gentleman that was just there, he's there 30 minutes. And we're trying to talk through this window. I can't hear, he can't hear. Now, there's an option to put some kind of speaker system like we're using in codes, but when someone's talking over there, we can't hear. It's just a real awkward way to sit down and try to talk with people about a development issue when we're pulling plats. It's just not paying a bill and sliding a check through the window. And we've been struggling with that. And then the lady that works in our office at this front desk, she has a little tough time hearing anyhow. And we are constantly just battling and apologizing for not being able to hear. I don't know if there's a real solution. I know it's there to protect us, but
It's intended, well, to talk about that, that was intended to protect innocent people in the building that the person that's doing the assailing isn't there to see necessarily.
Sure.
But what I was going to talk about is Steve's operation is also hindered by, as we're meeting virtually, we're a very open city hall when we look at the other cities in the area development district. And Steve and I, he's dealing with limited access in public meetings and things like that is a hindrance for their operation too. And so I just want to acknowledge that, but.
Well, like today, I had someone call me about 2 projects, and then one gentleman come by. There's times we need to sit down and talk through some confidential issues. We're somewhat limited in that opportunity and the way the bill, but we understand the pandemic, that's all. But down the road, we're gonna have to work through this, because, typically someone's bringing a plan set in and throwing it down. We tend to bring them in our suite and sit down at the table. But just that customer delivery through that window, we've lost a tad bit of what I feel face-to-face customer service. It's just made it somewhat impersonable. Is that the right word? I guess. And we're having trouble talking. I mean, we're literally, huh? What'd you say? I can't hear you. And people are having to lean their mouth almost into the little spot. And maybe there's something we can do like we have in code where we have a speaker system.
Well,
Or something.
I'm trying to remember an example, but, there's a phone there. You pick it up.
Well, maybe there's something where we could talk, yeah. And that would be good. We're just used to talking to people face to face and trying to work through it. And again, the gentleman was just at my window. I pulled several documents, making copies, talking. I'm trying to show him the map through the glass. And again, maybe there's something you can do different for us. We're a renter and we'll sign some type of waiver or something. We're struggling with that glass. And it's just tough with our suite. Once we get past COVID and we can start to bring people in and sit at the table, that's really the way we talk to developers one-on-one. It's just been tough recently to work through that. So, and we don't really have meeting space, the ability to sit down in a small conference room somewhere with 5 people and chat through a development plan. That's been but we've been dealing with that. Anything we can do that, we just don't want folks to go away frustrated that they couldn't hear us or we can't talk.
Earl, could they not use one of our rooms from time to time?
They can. It's not necessarily convenient, he has to walk somebody down the hall. We had the space across the hall from them that was used for multiple departments, and right now that's out of service because we have employees in that room. And if we can investigate a way and maybe try to get that small conference and open up, that was convenient for,
Yeah, no, that works
for
great.
planning and zoning.
We just got to get
convenient
past
for-
this hump, and it's just been tough, and I think people get frustrated a little more than normal. We answer our phone, we have a live person answers the phone, we return calls and emails daily, nothing the next day. And it's just tough, people come to the window and you're literally screaming at each other, and people can't hear, and it's for safety, but at the end of the day, we're not being able to talk to people face to face like we used to.
I'll give you another suggestion. Every one of them got a cell phone.
Yeah, just
Put
talk
your
through the
number
phone.
up, Put something up there. that
Yeah,
says-
that's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to do something, and we've talked about this speaker system, but they don't work over top each other, clearly. We can, we're both
I
loud.
think that cell phone is the answer.
Yeah, It's just something we work through if we can. It's been a struggle, but luckily we haven't been that busy, truthfully. It's not been that many people coming by lately. It'll pick back up, I'm sure, but, well, good. Anything else you can think of, or? Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think we're waiting on EMP to get here.
Everybody knows you. Can you get your picture on the wall of the post office? Oh, are you? Is your picture at the post office? That's where you look. You see the top 10 most wanted by the.
Oh, okay, okay.
We're waiting on the EMP. Mr. Tillman's gonna support him in and.
State law comes to that person.
He did what?
I thought the state law comes to that presentation.
given the commissioners, and Earl already had it, but a copy of Stanford's recent development.
Oh, good. They're finally getting into the game, it appears.
Well, we need to stay one step ahead best we can.
Actually,
Kevin, I'm just
our
messing you up
current
everywhere.
combined 1% between the city and the county are actually long-term more lucrative than what's proposed in that incentive. So I think we're still extremely competitive.
Yeah, the water sewer tap fees, it's important to understand, a lot of times it's like $50 for us.
Right.
And so when you're talking about locating a business, that's semantics sometimes for some communities that do that. And you know, you really can't give away services either. As a utility, you're not really allowed to just give that away for free either. So there's a lot of nuance to that language, and a lot of times that water and sewer tap fee waiver is crafted specifically to appear bigger than it is,
Yeah.
to be honest with you.
And we've always been very, very careful whenever it's been discussed that we eliminate the cost of labor versus materials. And, you know, there's a lot of factors that go into that.
But yeah, we've always offered that.
Yeah,
But it's been on a case-by-case basis, not by policy.
that's exactly right.
We ready?
It's up to you guys.
Yes, I think Marty, our chair, is en route because we told him of the 2:30 time, but we're certainly mindful of the fact that this has been a very long day for you, and glad to have Ennis Tillman, who's a member of the EDP Board of Directors, obviously, in addition to Mayor Paris and City Manager Coffey. We have here, and this is no change to what has been requested from the City Commission or from the Fiscal Court, both of which will be flat in requesting $70,000 from the City of Danville and from the Boyle County Fiscal Court, respectively, for fiscal year 21-22. But we have continued to update our draft going forward. The only changes that we wanted to point out to you are that since the Junction City Council will be participating as a voting member with privileges on the board going forward, not only in the current fiscal year, thanks to the anonymous donor who paid the $1,500 minimum investment for Junction City to have a vote on the board. They have also budgeted, according to Mr. Ryan Owens, who is the representative from Junction City, going forward in the next fiscal year. So we have added back in the $1,500 for Junction City's minimum investment to have voting privileges on our board, as well as the executive committee, of which they're also a member. The only other change relative to the income side are under the partner expense reimbursements, which we just recently changed with the notice from Heart of Danville that they plan to be moving off the campus and out of Goldsmith House. So that directly affects some of the cost shares, not only for rent, but for telecommunications and internet. And so we've made those changes. We're still awaiting the board's direction relative whether they will participate in our shared accounting, audit prep, financial management services, which is provided by an outside accounting firm here in Danville. So we're awaiting that amount. So just for you to be aware, the Heart of Danville cost share of $2,000 could potentially not be in the final budget to be approved. But I really felt better about sharing with you the most up-to-date document that we have relative to our budget, other than what we had shared with you when we submitted before March, whatever date that was, mid-March. So we do have restricted funds in the income side, which we have continued to account for, not only $25,000 in asset development, which could be utilized should the board decide to allocate those dollars in initiating the process of searching what could be new industrial property going forward that could essentially do some advance work for the new EDA once it's established. Obviously, we view the EDA as a great opportunity to continue to build product for our community. It would basically be the public counterpart to the Industrial Foundation. We have privately owned properties, we have publicly owned properties. We work with third-party owners with quite a few projects, which we are currently doing at present, both industrial and commercial. So we would allocate those dollars, if the board so desires, to begin the process, which was sidelined by COVID, with the task force to view what would be some good opportunities for future industrial acquisition that could then be recommended over to the EDA for the necessary financing. We also have $16,575 in workforce dollars that were not expended and which we also put into a restricted account because we know that workforce development is a critical piece of economic development, and we wanted to put a fence around those dollars, if you will, so that Ennis, as a co-chairman of our Workforce Development Committee, and Aaron Tipton, his co-chair, could help advise us on the best utilization of those funds. Hey, Marty, how are you? So going forward, since this more or less is a carryover budget for us in many respects, there are no changes from the previous fiscal year in personnel. As a matter of fact, we're pleased to learn that our health insurance coverage premiums for our group will remain flat, if not reduced. We are considering options with a health care reimbursement account such that the premium will be far more at a reduced rate than what we have with our current PPO plan. And so that difference could be applied to the health reimbursement accounts going forward. So we're right now talking with Johnson Pullman and John Funkhauser about our group's coverage, which we're able to put together by virtue of the partnership in which the Chamber, CVB, in the past Heart of Danville, but not presently, Main Street Paravel, and the EDP staff all participate as one group. So beyond that, we will anticipate no increases in personnel. Same for administration. We've actually reduced vehicle use reimbursements based upon actual expenditures over the last 2 fiscal years. So we reduced that amount. We see no changes in fees or insurance, which are largely dependent upon those that we work with outside of the EDP, such as CPA accounting services, audit, liability insurance, and disability coverage fees, as well as our corporate registration fees. Where our most sensitive area and basically is the zero-sum game of our budget every year, as you've seen now for what now, almost 14 years, marketing and communication, depending upon the amount of funding that we receive from both our public and private partners, really depends and determines how much shoe leather, as a former board chair used to say, we have to expend to market the community. And so we know that we're already going to be down approximately $12,500 in our marketing resources, but we have put together a total of just shy of $57,000 in our marketing budget for the business development and recruitment activities that you see there. That recruitment, retention, and expansion is where we primarily draw from for the activities for which we are marketing the community as Develop Danville, or as the EDP, as it were. And those include a variety of site selection events, conferences, the actual calling upon corporate decision makers to talk about projects. All of those are a part of that $20,000 that we tried to shepherd and utilize, because we now expect, thank the Lord, now that I've gotten my second shot, and I hope you all have too, and a lot of other people are, the more typical activity of business development marketing is going to return, which obviously just went away in 2020. Yes, there's still going to be a lot of virtual activity utilized. When Project ABC from Germany wants to get an initial kick of the tires of a site in Danville, I certainly believe they're probably not going to initially expend the dollars to travel to the United States, but they're going to do things virtually. And that's just how economic development and marketing has been impacted by what has occurred over the last year, 18 months. So I certainly believe that in some parts, virtual site visits and such things are going to be here to stay, but we have to continue to have that face-to-face interaction with those who are potentially making investment decisions, who are advising those that are making investment decisions, such as site selection consultants, corporate real estate professionals, and others with which we work with. Seeing the other part of that, we have upped the number of potential Kentucky United missions that we can be involved with. Basically, 1 per quarter is what we're budgeting for. That is the cooperative in which we participate with not only the Cabinet for Economic Development, but all of our utilities, other communities that are willing to put funds forward. And now that activity is really on what I would call an a la carte basis. Rather than participating as a region, each event is $1,200 to participate. And so we're anticipating that we would be involved in up to 4 of those events going forward, 1 per quarter. In addition to that, we've retained our state incentive application fee reimbursement. That's a nice little cherry on the top, if you will, where we can tell not only an existing prospect, but that's wanting to expand, or a new business that's wanting to apply for incentives, hey, by the way, we will reimburse you for your $1,000 fee to be paid toward the Cabinet for Economic Development to apply for those incentives. It's just not a nice feature to have, particularly in which we're trying to ask an existing business or a new business to invest in us. So if we can cover that small amount, it's just goodwill, and has always been very greatly received by those with which we work. We're continuing to be active in our Kentucky Crossroads Regional Coalition. We're only budgeting $2,500 for that amount this year, but with an 11-county effort, we would expect that that is one of 11 counties putting forward $2,500 apiece to participate in an event or to host an inbound market event in the community, such as the one that we held 2 years ago at Wilderness Trail Distillery, where Danville was the host, and we got to show ourselves off as part of the region at the center of the Kentucky Crossroads region. So we want to retain that, but we want to leverage that $2,500 such that we know that the other 10 counties are also leveraging that amount. So I'm thinking that could potentially attract a total investment in an activity such as a networking luncheon, and it will cost every bit of it, of about $27,500. We certainly expect things are going to improve with the Great American Brass Band Festival, which we have used many times in the past as an opportunity not only to thank our existing industries and those who have made investments during the course of a year, but also to invite prospects, those that have come to visit our community as a site selector, for example. We have kept $2,000 in that line item for local events and hosting so that we can have a nice event. And hopefully that would be in partnership, as it's been in the past, where the city, where the county have been very kind to offer tables. We would want that to be part, again, leveraging other investments so that we show off very, very well for what is one of our signature events of the year at Center Campus, particularly on the Saturday evening picnic. In research, subscriptions, and memberships, we have a variety of research items that Josh Gooch utilizes, that I utilize, as well as activities such as the Transatlantic Business Investment Council, where we're able to collect leads from that entity. That $2,000 covers our research and subscription memberships over the course of the fiscal year. Going on into communications, that gets into the bare bones of will we be able to participate in providing the back cover ad to the Chamber magazine, which we use as a collateral for all of our prospects. We do that in partnership with the Chamber, and quite frankly, the Advocate Messenger has produced a wonderful product in comparison to what we previously did with a firm out of Franklin, Tennessee, which the Chamber had worked with previously. I love the Advocate Messenger's glossy magazine, and we use that in every kind of packet that we put together for our prospects and those who are looking at the community. And so those types of dollars will allow us to continue, Mike, to do the Kentucky Economic Development Guide, to potentially advertise in Site Selection Magazine, in Southern Business and Development Magazine. We want to minimize the print advertising because it's extremely expensive, but if we can underscore free good news media opportunities, for example, when, like just this year, we were ranked 14th among micropolitans in the United States out of about more than 500 micropolitan communities in the United States for new and existing business announcements. Well, if we can have the opportunity to expand upon that and tell our story since we're in the spotlight, well, that's a great opportunity to do it. But that is really my philosophy in how best to utilize print advertising if it follows and underscores and advances and reinforces a free news media message through one of those publications. pretty much boilerplate here with website and our service subscriptions such as Constant Contact, Survey Monkey, you name it. Going on into our investor engagement, we continue to be very involved, and we expect it's going to be a lot more than this current year in our outreach activities. So when our staff is involved in whatever that activity may be in the community, we want to be there, and we don't want to be limited in the expense of being a part of the community and being a good community partner, and also setting aside the opportunity just to have a lunch with our Chairman's Circle investors on a regular basis to talk about what's going on in the community. They have an investment in this community through the Chairman's Circle, and we want to have the opportunity to return the thanks by having occasional events with those groups, those investors, to say, hey, here's what's happening in our community. How can you be a part? How can you be part of the solution in the work that we're doing in economic development? A big part of that is workforce development. And so the next big item is workforce development, the biggest number of which is a new item. We have experimented for the first time because of our marketing dollars going to our typical marketing uses in this fiscal year. We trimmed our sails and initiated what we are currently in the midst of, a talent attraction digital marketing campaign, particularly focusing on 3 sectors: healthcare, industry, and education, to target a 100-mile radius around Danville for those who may be interested not only in taking a job that they may not have known was available in Danville, but ultimately, indirectly, because of those of you who serve on the Marketing and Recruitment Committee or engage with us, such as Earl and Mike, you know that we want to basically give the message, hey, if we have the job here, why not move here? And so that is part of the indirect effort of our campaign. If you have an opportunity, we're in the process of doing some tweaks that the board approved on Wednesday. Go to jobs.developdanville.com. That is our landing page for those that we are trying to collect through the impressions of digital ads, specifically focused on healthcare, industry, education. Get them to the landing page, and then get them ultimately to the employers in our community that are struggling to get a sufficient amount of bodies and applications for the jobs that they have open in our community. Somewhere in the neighborhood, it gives back and forth, but we still have about 500 jobs available in the community just among those 3 sectors. So we're budgeting again for that talent attraction initiative in the next fiscal year, and it may look different in the content of that campaign, but we're learning through the process that we're undertaking right now. The Workforce Development Committee, which Ennis co-chairs, we've set aside $3,000 for job fair and associated event activities. We're in the process of doing our take-home manufacturing job fair. During COVID, we've learned that you can have quote-unquote curbside careers with a drive-through at the park, which was awesome back in August. But now we're making it even easier for those who want to find out about available job opportunities, workforce training opportunities, educational opportunities. Heck, just like we've all done, have it as a takeout. So you can take out a bag with information about available jobs, about available educational opportunities, about available training opportunities when you pick up a bag at the Boyle County Public Library or a variety of other locations through town. So I'm very, very thankful for the hard work of our Workforce Development Committee in making these job fairs and available opportunities to our community for job opportunities and knowledge. In the Chairman's Circle, that's just basically behind-the-scenes accounting that you've seen in the past. As part of the Chairman's Circle investments, we pay forward the dues to our membership organizations. So that is the amount of dollars referenced there in membership dues that we pay forward to our membership organizations to keep them whole. And we also make available to our top investors at the platinum and gold level sponsorship credits to be able to apply to the Chamber Golf Outing or the Heart of Danville Downtown Oktoberfest event. If they want to be a sponsor, they can allocate up to $3,000 if you're a platinum level partner, or $1,000 if you're a gold level partner, for any kind of sponsorship opportunity of their choosing. Professional development is one change that we've made from our previous budget, because it's really difficult to break out per staff individual what your professional development investment is for the year. Our number one priority is for Josh Gooch to continue on for Session 2 of Oklahoma University's Economic Development Institute. It is the Cadillac of economic development training, and put you on a course, if you so desire, to sit for the Certified Economic Developer exam. And Josh will begin his second session in the fall of 2021. So that amount has been set forward. The remainder there are for conferences, seminars, events, as well as any professional memberships that we have as the partnership or as our staff individually. So we have just broken those out into one big section rather than per staff. And then finally, we show the money out, money in, money out with our restricted funds.
Questions, comments, thoughts? You want to elaborate a little bit on what we're doing with Chandler Thinks?
Yes, the target marketing campaign that I mentioned earlier with Chandler Thinks. Chandler Thinks is advising us. They were made available to us because of their standing relationship on retainer, more or less, with the CVB. So we get a value through our partnership that we don't have to do something separate, but with our longstanding relationship with Steve Chandler's firm, who did our historically bold branding campaign approximately, 5 years ago at this point. We're working with Steve as well as his media group, Q1 Media, for that target marketing campaign and we're successful if Kevin never sees that ad. Why? Because he's not an avatar, and I'm not talking the movie. I've had to learn a lot of this stuff, Kevin. But the profile for someone looking for a healthcare job or an industry job probably doesn't match your profile. So it may never show up on your handheld device where we have a beautiful ad on Facebook that says, did you know that there are 500 available jobs in Danville and Boyle County? Are you interested? And we have actual messages specifically focused on industry, healthcare, and education, primarily post-secondary education. Obviously with Center being a big player in our community. So you'll probably never see those ads, but those ads are for you to click on, get to our landing page. We're making some tweaks to our landing page so that we can specifically get someone looking for a healthcare job to the Ephraim McDowell careers page, which has at present about 120 available positions open that they're advertising for. Or if they like to work with seniors, they might click on and go to Walker's Trail Senior Living or to Morning Point. And Josh Gooch assists us by always keeping those links up to date such that we know if someone says, hey, what are available jobs in this area? Or does LSC Communications have anything that they're hiring for at present? And they are, and having difficulty in finding those applicants, then we can immediately respond with those lists so they can go directly to their careers page and apply online. Is that good?
Yep, that's good.
It's a great experiment, and I think we're going to tweak it. And, for example, as Earl has advocated for, we may tweak it in the future where it's focused more on a relocation message. We could do that.
Yeah, it's not a jobs board.
No, I don't want
It's
to
a
do that.
hybrid between, it's an advertising jobs in your community, but
Right.
it's not a jobs board, right? And so
We're
there's a
trying
little-
to stay,
Yeah, you're-
Indeed does a pretty good job, so.
Right, that's not what it is. Keep that in mind.
Yes, sir.
With the Brass Band Festival being scaled back this year, how do you see it being utilized?
Well, I've got to learn exactly how it's scaled down because I don't have all that information. But with Missy Angolia being a longtime partner on our team, we work directly with her about what our opportunities are for doing some type of an event. So this year, I don't know what that could be. If we don't have that kind of scenario of the picnic environment, maybe we could do something on the lawn at Constitution Square Friday afternoon or evening, or a cocktail party or something of that nature. So I certainly believe it's always an opportunity for us to show ourselves off.
And I would, during your chairman's circle meetings.
Yes, sir.
I think you ought to include the county and the city in there, since from a funding standpoint of view,
Sure.
you know, and those folks are important to us too.
Absolutely. Because, golly, if you think of, and this is a conservative amount, we're in the process of renewing right now with our chairman's circle. If you think about your investment of $70,000, leveraging the other public dollars as well as the private dollars in the amount of $230,000, that's considerable. So absolutely. Many of those times are just simply sit down, get together.
Sure.
What are your questions?
Sure.
We like to feed them too, so.
Is this group totally played out?
About played out.
I know it's been a long day. When did y'all start?
Now you know why the EP went last, so he didn't want any questions.
Okay,
I don't have a question. I just want to thank Jody for the way this presentation has been organized. It was easy for me to follow these last two pages, and that's good. I just like the part about workforce development too. I think that's going to be big for us.
That's why we built a fence around that 16,575. You never know when an opportunity comes up. We would never have budgeted to be a partner in the Advanced Manufacturing Center when BCTC came along, but we took the opportunity at a $10,000 level. That pales in comparison to what the city and the county and the Industrial Foundation and others did, but at least it gives us the opportunity to put our shoulder to the wheel. And who knows, Michelle may need additional assistance that could be pulled. Here's another thing to share with you. We're having a great deal of difficulty in getting enough corporate sponsorships for the Advanced Manufacturing Technician Program, which is a work-study program between industries as well as BCTC. You go to school 2 days a week, you work up to 3 days a week at a local industry. And so at the same time that we're hearing from our industries, it's a big ask, a big challenge to recruit good workers. The AMT program is a great opportunity to do so, and it's underutilized. It was also one of the reasons that we underscored the need for the AMC. So perhaps the way to skin the cat, JH, is that we could pull from, I'm not trying to throw this at you, Ennis, we could pull from the 16,575 as scholarships that defrays the cost for our industries.
so help me understand this. So our industries are saying we need more employees that do X.
Yes, sir.
And the advanced manufacturing provides that education.
In a work-study environment, yes. It may not work for every industry, and it comes at a cost.
And help me understand why industry is not willing to underwrite that.
I think in some cases because it's difficult to have that 3 days on, 2 days off environment for many industries. Plus, it's an added cost for one worker at a time. And so that's why I think if we could defray that cost with scholarships, which has been a discussion that the Workforce Development Committee has begun to have, and we've begun to have that conversation with Michelle as well, let's remove that as a barrier to take advantage of it.
And you take advantage of by having someone graduate, the job's waiting there for them, and then
That's right.
if you've taken the money for 3 years or 2 years, then you give us at least a 2-year commitment to stay in our community.
And we could build that in because the AMT is essentially an associate's degree.
Yeah.
But it's a wonderful program, and we were the second in the state to adopt it. Why were we the second? Well, it was kind of created by Toyota, and BCTC Georgetown kind of took it on with their platform to provide that training. So it was a hybrid. It was kind of a unique Toyota-controlled process. So we were the first fully open public AMT program in the state. I give a lot of people credit for getting us to that point.
Well, I personally missed the open house, but I've heard nothing but raving reviews, so I got to get it on my calendar, but.
It's a beautiful facility.
Well, great community working together.
And so many opportunities for us to bring back other programs that we simply were down to broom closets to provide. I'd love to see more nursing opportunities provided here. But again, we had limited space. Now with the AMC, we can shift so many of our technical programs to utilize that very innovative space and then backfill with some of the programs that we need to serve in our community, such as for healthcare.
Anything else?
Do you get in the schools, like get the seniors?
In talking to seniors directly?
Right.
We-
Like, this is a great opportunity.
It is, and that is where I give great credit to Steve Reinhardt and to Michelle Carter through our committee, where we're communicating with seniors about what's available in the community. You know, we don't have at present an ATC, an Advanced Technology Center, which is a high school level vocational school like you see in Mercer or in Lincoln. But, you know, we've kind of pole vaulted over that. BCTC's campus is an ATC plus. And with the shared credit programs that are available there, you can go there and be getting college credit at the same time. So that's the message that we're sharing. We've just still got to get to the parents rather than the students to have them understand that, LSC is not a dark, old, dirty dungeon of a place that, you know, Denyo, you're not going to, potentially lose your leg or lose a finger. It's like you go to Denyo's manufacturing environment, you could eat off the floor. Air conditioned. I mean, I digress. But the modern advanced manufacturing environment is so different than what our granddaddies and uncles experienced.
Well, if you get to the parents of seniors about how much money they can save, I think they'll listen.
And what BCTC makes available now is incredible. If you want to even have, the Blue program, first 2 years at BCTC and the second 2 years at UK. And you carry on, as I understand the Blue program, you carry on the same level of tuition that BCTC has in those second 2 years at UK. It's just an option.
Well, and you say UK, I say the green and gold plan. There are
Right,
all of
right.
our public institutions are doing that. Really neat, really neat.
Thank you all very much for your time and your partnership. My chair is here, and I apologize. They got started earlier. Is there anything you want to say, Bud?
Thanks for the, support over the years. And I think, more recently, the interaction and the conversation that we've had, I think has been really helpful and really meaningful. And the work that you all are doing, with the EDA is something that the community desperately needs, so that we make sure we have a conduit for having land available in the future. So, thanks to you all.
Again, it's so important that we learn through Alan's group, Alan Turbifield's group, having that continuum of an inventory, that different price points, different potential available features. And so bringing on 200 acres online of publicly owned property under the EDA that could have its own particular set of advantages, incentives built in, hey, it just brings more to the table. We presently have now 5 projects looking specifically, heavy projects, big jobs, big investment at the Build Ready site. That's the kind of bait on the hook that you need. So I can only see that the EDA would give us some product, more product, as I always call it, to continue to put bait on the hook for the community.
So if you see any way we can fund that at a substantial level, any funds out there, let
Sure.
us know.
That's going to be the first big lift, and then it's developing it. That's the second big lift. I would say it's going to be 3 times your purchase price to develop the property appropriately, depending upon the location.
Yeah, it's a big number. And we formed this without knowing where that number's gonna come from. Gotta start somewhere.
Well, yeah, you got the chassis, so we'll just work from there.
Ennis, you got anything to add?
Thank you all. Am I the last one? Y'all get to drink
You're
now?
it. You're standing between us and freedom. Yeah.
Good grief.
Oh, my
Yeah.
Murder the tree.
Make it 2.
Thank you all.
Thank you guys. All right, thanks for the work you do.
I almost murdered my iPad, so. I started, I had started over probably 20 times, not exaggerating, during the meeting. I know.
Oh, I need to get this.
Off to round two.
Unless there's any further questions or comments, do I hear a motion to adjourn? Motion made by Commissioner Cardle, is there a second?
Second.
Holland, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Thank you.